Good morning, Wits End. You are the first one in. Good morning, all. I hope that you are doing really, really well. Let me just post this up into the Telegram chat. Get a couple of people across. Notify everyone. Any more energy today? Yeah, not really. I woke up. I was very, very tired, but we'll be all right. Just give me 10, 15 minutes. I've got to get a coffee into me, and then we'll be okay. But you've got to remind me in about an hour and a half. I need to go get a blood test. Otherwise, I can't start my chemo next week. Right. Has it gone nuclear yet? No, but there's a lot of promise for other attacks, and there is some information at the moment saying that there is some level of launches that are on the way. So we'll see. I'm still trying to see what has happened overnight whilst I was asleep. So if there's anything you want me to look at, please let me know and I'll go across and have a look. And then this is just sad. This poor F-14 Tomcat being destroyed. One of the most beautiful planes. David Baggins, yes, thank you. Joseph Gillibrand, hello, beautiful. Hello, Joe. I hope that you're really well, man. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Supposedly decoys. I've got to admit, it sort of looks a bit decoy-like. The vertical stabilizer's all off. Wing bends. See how that bends down like that? I do know for one thing. Yeah, look, if that was a video coming out of Ukraine, Russia, we'd be saying that's a decoy. But either way, we do know that there actually has been a lot of decoys used. And that's something that a lot of people actually aren't really taking into account, is there is a hell of a lot of decoys that have been struck, a hell of a lot of real targets too. But some of the tells and whatever have been confirmed as being decoys. So, Israeli airstrikes against Tehran, no shock. I'm still very surprised at how few strikes have actually taken place. How many Israeli strikes have taken place in Iran? I know that might sound ridiculous to a lot of people, but after that initial day, I'm surprised we haven't seen significantly more. Why would they have F-14s chilling out like that? Well, have you seen where the Russian Su-34s just chill out? You got to remember, a lot of aircraft around the world are not put in hangars. Stephen Butkov, thank you. First donation of the day, you the best. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Alex says CENTCOM wants to join, but some senior administration members keeping them out for now. Do we have any update? Because I've been, of course, asleep. Do we have any idea of where those American tankers ended up going? We know those 24 or 28 of them going out across the east coast of America. Think you'll be able to go there next month? No, I don't think I'll be able to go there for a long time. Yeah, I think this area is going to be locked down for a long, long time, and I think that a lot of the time, and this historically is correct, that countries who then start provocation for whatever reason, they forget how difficult they massively underestimate how difficult it will actually be. You know, Russia is an example of this, but I also think that an example of this may be Israel too. I think that they may have, I was thinking about this in bed last night, so I couldn't sleep, which is great when I'm running off nothing. I think Israel's bitten off more than it maybe can chew. I was just thinking about, like, how do you dismantle this without ground operation and without bombers? If the US doesn't come in What happens then? Alan, Rippers is at my house. Thought she wanted to be my girlfriend. G'day, good morning, Alan. I hope that you're doing well. Corporal Sun says, why live again? Go work on Ukraine updates. You're not my boss. Look, I'll see what's happening today while things are like really unfolding here. And then I will have a look and see if I've got time this afternoon to work on a Ukraine update. Because I will admit, otherwise, I've barely looked at the updates coming out of Ukraine. Like them Spicy says, exact brain dead propaganda is Nick Fuentes. Right, I like them Spicy. What have I said that is incorrect? That this is going to be a massive, massive struggle? Because it is going to be, man. Corporal said, I mean, I am giving you money. Thank you, Corporal Son. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, this, just looking at the depth, some of these facilities, that they are still then existent, they're not dismantled, that what now? What is the next step? Does US have any F-22s in the Middle East? I am unsure. We do know they've got a carrier in the vicinity. The US always has an unbelievable amount of equipment. So who is winning? No one's winning at this point. And as I've said, to win, Israel needs to have like a complete victory. Because if any of the Iranian regime or nuclear facilities remain, that is a loss for Israel, if that makes sense. Like it is, they have to have like a full-on victory to win, because if they don't win, we know it's going to be more radicalized or more radical, as well as exactly what they are going to, the next weapon system that is going to be full force to be made. Joe's Gomez, likelihood of false flags to get the US involved, I think is fairly likely. I just don't know if, I just don't know if it can be pulled off in this day and age, but I guess the media will report what they want to report and the administrations will see what they see. I just don't know with how unpopular it would be. Like in America, if then the US said we're going to join in some capacity, I think you'd see huge pushback from both the right and left. Okay, like them Spicy says, you joined Nick Fuentes claiming there'd be World War III. No, I didn't. And we knew damn well in advance Iran has no capability to wage war. I never said either of what you're saying, like them Spicy. I never said that there'd be World War III. I said that this will get out of control. And we do not know about Iran's capability to wage war. Iran is not the one who has to worry about the capability to wage war. As I stated, Iran just has to survive. As long as they can just sit in bunkers, remain their capacity, and wait out strikes and time, they'll win. Well, they don't have to win. They just have to survive. Where Israel, they are the ones who, if they go in to dismantle nuclear and the regime, they have to have an all-out victory. So you are wrong on what I've said. You're doing what typical people who listen to propagandists do and try and strawman arguments. As Iran fled, mate. I don't know who you're talking about. What will Russia, China think of that? If America enter, China will not be happy at all. We're seeing, at least by this footage here, we're seeing apparently these are Iranian prisoners escaping a Tehran prison. Like and Spicy, I didn't say you said that. You literally said that that's what I said. I like them Spicy. You literally said, you said that there would be further war. You said you joined claiming there would be World War III. So I don't know what you're on about. Anyway, let's not talk about people who have no idea what they've said. Rick and Brandon show, thank you. Will you ever listen to Russian bomber comms in real life? In real time? It's hard when you don't speak Russian, but still cool. I see a lot of the pages who come up and they are saying when Russia bomber command communications become live, like the radios go online. But I don't speak Russian, so there'd be no real point for me. Ike White says, where do I sign up to fight in the Middle East? I think you might just be called up, mate. Right, let's continue having a look. Air defense over Tehran. Other than border security, Trump's been a major letdown in nearly every metric. Thank you, The Aviator, for your donation. A lot of people are feeling like that. There's a lot of people who voted for Trump who are feeling very let down about what has then transpired. Now, I think a lot of this reason people are disappointed is a lot of his promises. I think he massively underestimated how difficult these are. For example, I'll end the war in Ukraine in one day, didn't take into account just how difficult and how deep the hate that war goes, and the sunken cost fallacy of the more cost that these states have put in, well, the less likely they are to have some settled agreement without, walking away with victory. Like Zelensky has put in so much cost of the state. Is he going to walk away with anything but the borders? And at the same time, Russia has put in so much cost, and this is all in life and machine. Are they willing to walk away without, the 3 oil blasts at a minimum? Plenty of videos out there. They're downplaying the damage that Iran is doing. Yeah, I'm just trying to find this now because someone did say I have seen claimed the damage into Haifa was a lot larger than what is being said. Let me have a look. If someone point me in the right direction, I'll have a look. Trump is playing that, not me, government. I'm the peace president card while fully backing Ukraine and building up arms in the Middle East. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know where Trump's plan is. I don't know where this is going to be in 6 months. So there's a lot of people claiming Iran may be open to talks. I've heard the exact opposite. People saying no one's upset at Trump. A lot of people are upset at Trump. So this is apparently those F-14s that we showed. Apparently they're sitting non-operational on an airfield. Cat's Ripple, thank you for becoming a Mini Willy member, as well as the FBNL. Willy, check MES, things flying over Iraq from Iran. Check, Middle East. Yep, sorry, I couldn't understand what the MES was. Middle East Spectator. Right, let me have a quick look. Just looking on my phone. Right, sound of sirens in the Golan Heights. Drone alerts, Golan Heights. IRGC spokesman about 4 minutes ago. 9th wave of Operation True Promise has begun. This will be a continuous operation that will continue until dawn. Okay? So, yeah, Middle East Spectator, they've said that the 9th wave has now begun. So we've seen there's drones in Israel, but we haven't seen any. I haven't seen anything confirmed about launches of ballistics. Callie for Tune, thank you for being here. Oh, sorry, I'm still waking up. It says, I'm hardcore MAGA voter. There's some small groups like Muslims in Michigan and some libertarians who will be upset, but the majority of MAGA are deeply pro-Israel, like me. Some have been waiting for this since 1979. Thank you for your donation. I think there's still a lot of people that I see who were pretty hardcore MAGA voters who don't want to see, they want America isolationist policy rather than supporting other nations, not being acting like as a 51st state and dragging into war. I think there's a lot of people on the right who are really, really changing their tune. I don't know. Let me know if you think I'm wrong, but I think a lot of people on the right are changing their tune. AMK. No, he's reporting the same. Likely cruise missiles heard flying over Iraq. Yeah, no sirens on missiles yet though. So, go from South Africa. G'day, mate. How are you? Wow, Aviator, there's no reason at all to do that, brother. Sheesh. So it's too early in the morning to react to that. The Aviator, thank you very much. He says, Willie, you're the man. You're an inspirational soul. Thank you, the Aviator. I really do appreciate that, man. It makes the early morning wake up and very poor sleep worth it. So thank you very much. Someone said, where am I? I am in Adelaide, South Australia. I'm here. What did I miss? You haven't missed anything, mate. We're just getting started, really. Yeah, okay. Israeli page is now reporting IGC spokesman announced 9th wave operation. True Promise 3 has begun and will continue without pause until dawn. So we are expecting large strikes to go and then continue, and then in about an hour-ish, maybe just over an hour, I will then go for this blood test. I'm just looking at some more stuff, just collecting some information, then I'll present it, guys. Uh, 7 hours of strikes. Yeah, well, what time is it at the moment in Israel? I think it'll be it's what, they 7 hours behind, so it should be midnight there, I believe. Got any updates? No, we're still waiting. That they've said that the 9th wave is on the way, and we will see. 11. Okay, 11:30. Right. Bino SA says, you're quite right. I'm from AZ and voted Arizona and voted for Trump. I'm disappointed on a number of fronts, his performance and focus. I think there's a lot of people feeling that way. So, yeah, I'd say just, like, what do you think in 6 more months, like 6 months from now, Christmas time, do you think there's going to be more or less war? That is a big question, and I'm leaning towards the former. Trump, he did get handed as a disaster. I'm not saying that. And I did say this about some of his comments about Ukraine, Russia. I said, let's not make out like Trump got handed a winning war. Like, we can't make that out. Like, there's people that will literally make it as if he was handed a winning operation, that all he needed to do was fund in a little bit more money and that it would have won. Okay, I understand that is not what Trump got handed. But his presence in the White House hasn't just instantly made China roll over and stop, and Russia roll over and stop their movement forward, and then Israel say, yep, okay, we're going to end this. There's more claims about F-35 shot down. That's not true. If it was true, we'd have footage of it by now. End of the beginning. I did not vote Starmer and disgusted by him, mate. I didn't even have not even live there, and I'm disgusted by Starmer. Right, let me have a quick look, see what is being updated. Remember that not yesterday, but the day before, we had strikes right around this time. But yesterday we had strikes in a few hours. Any big changes you're expecting on the Russian side of Ukraine-Russia war due to Israel-Iran war? Thank you, Corporal Son. I know it's the second donation of the stream. Yeah, not massive changes, but the two big impacts from this war, well, the three big impacts that are going to come from this war into the war in Europe, is firstly just people's appetite for war, and part of that is going to be less media coverage of the Ukraine war, which Ukraine really, really rely on optics and information. Secondly, more on the hard sense, is oil prices will mean that Russia can sustain or maybe even improve their or raise their budget, because they're going to be making hand over fist money, as well as lack of air defence. We saw a few $100 million worth of air defence get fired yesterday alone in Israel. And we know that air defence is limited everywhere. So we know Zelensky has been complaining for years that he doesn't have enough air defence. And we did see last year when more weapon systems started getting used in Israel, air defence dropped in Ukraine. So again, we're going to see that, but this is far larger than any of that. Oil is actually down today just by 1%. So we're at $73. Still up 11 for the month. What are the chances of China or Pakistan providing direct support to Iran? I think pretty low, realistically. Reading from Cyprus, quiet skies tonight. Thank you, mate. Compared to previous days. Also, the RAF base has been quiet. Okay. Cheers. Mike Russell, have you heard about the 4-star General Wesley Clark's 7 nations to invade and destabilise list? Do you think that was inevitable? Thanks for Nevada. Thank you, Mike. I know I've heard, what's his name? Jeffrey Sachs talk a lot about that and explain that. He explained that to Tucker Carlson. The thing is with that is, though, the nations as well, it could just be odds of that due to not being the most stable anyway, but this would be the final of the 7, which seemed like clockwork. Also, As someone pointed it out. I missed it. Anyway, as someone pointed out, if you're in here, guys, hit like on the video. That helps a lot. So yeah, just all you need to do, little thumbs up button, bottom left or right, and then we're good to go. From Kyle Milton on the PayPal, thank you very much. Just said it's the Milton brothers again from St. Louis, Missouri. My brother's a vet, a veteran. I love you, bro. Working with these sort of munitions, okay. Still watching every day. Hope for the best recovery. Thank you very much, Kyle, mate. I really appreciate that. MT says, do you see the current Iranian regime going down? Hello from Greece. Look, a lot of the current administration has, the current regime has been taken out. There's been huge decapitation of the Iranian regime. Do I think it will all fall apart? I'm not literate enough. I don't know the regime enough to see if it can actually survive through this. Some have said yes. I've seen a few guys who I watch and talk to who said, yeah, a lot of this, it may survive. It's not as critical as people think. Others are saying it's all going to fall apart. And others saying it's going to increase support. So I don't know, but we're going to see. But I think Israel is relying on that too. I think Israel's relying on like domestic upheaval and things falling apart. Zevnok says the Israel goal to destroy Fadao seems like it can only be met by US involvement or a nuclear strike. Surely they had to buy in on one or another. Yeah, that's the thing, Zenvok. That's what I've been speaking about, is the Fadao facility. But it's not only that one. There's other facilities too that we believe are that deep or deeper that seem that Israel doesn't have the weapons to punch through. Or we don't think they've got the weapons to punch through. So what I've said is there seems to be two assumptions made. One of two assumptions. Either there'll be internal unrest and it will be dismantled that way, or the US will get involved. But they're pretty big assumptions to make. And my question is, what if they don't? It's the same question I posed when everyone was saying that Russia's going to internally collapse and that's how Ukraine will win the war. And that was, I said, the forbidden question is what is the question? What happens then if it doesn't? Like, yeah, Ukraine will win because Russia will internally collapse. So we just need to keep the war going. Okay, what if it doesn't? What is your plan then? No one can answer that question. That's as I pinned the forbidden question. Did I hear about Israel's drone factory in Iran? Yes, absolutely. The intelligence network operations that were occurring in Iran was very, very impressive. Oh, excuse me. Right, I'm just having a look and seeing if anything new. Okay, the drone that was over Israel apparently has been intercepted. Things like the Iron Dome are really, really good at intercepting slow-moving targets like drones. Someone did say that Haifa was shut down. Not Haifa, like the oil, the energy facilities there. Cole Milton says, "My bad. I've been drinking some vodka for the past 3 hours, waiting for your live stream. Thanks for being the wind beneath my wings and the dick drawings on your maps. Thank you, Kyle, mate. You're a legend." Magma says, I think as far as Trump voters, you are going to get mixed opinions that fall on generational lines. Those that grew up in or during or served in the Middle East in the past 20 years don't want to return. Absolutely magna. And this is something we actually discussed yesterday about what does the future hold. What does the future hold for Israel in the Middle East? Because it's a lot of the boomers who are the conservative voters, like the Republican voters, like the Republican boomers are fully in support of Israel. And so what someone raised was, well, what happens when they start dying out? That sort of Trump generation, starts dying out. And then in like 10, 15 years, you've got a new generation through who grew up or served in the Middle East or grew up with that in the background. What does that look like? And could the opinion completely shift? Okay, I'm trying to find, someone said AMK shared map of Haifa, or Haifa energy. Just trying to find it now. Oh, I can't find it. Drones. If you want to know something, like how I was talking about the beginning of operations, you always assume it's going to be easier than it is. The operation in Gaza is is a fantastic example of that. That there's still no victory down there of dismantling after a year and a half, and people thought it was going to take a few months or a few weeks. And Iran is a hell of a lot more powerful than that. Ryan Bennett said, up in Melbourne, had anything substantial happen? No, not yet. Not yet, but IRGC says the 9th round is on the way. There's also Russian Tu-95s that are airborne too. Tifu Uwu says, if you had to guess percentage plus on RTX in 10 days, in what way, Tifu Uwu? But thank you for the donation, as well as Amiri Jekot says, Haifa refinery down, power steam plant out. Yeah, I'm trying to find where that's being reported. Of course, there's massive amounts of censorship on everything at the moment. But yeah, I have heard that Haifa suffered a lot more damage than people are saying. I'm just trying to find any more information on it. But yeah, I have heard Haifa did have very, very significant blows that is more than what we're being told. Got to remember, if you have a direct impact on a facility like that from something traveling at that speed with that mass, the energy can absolutely do catastrophic damage. Rayam said, just wake up. What did I miss? Mate, you haven't missed much at all. Virtual Bazan Company Investor Relations site. Omikiz AU says, Sky News in Australia, their hypocrisy is insane right now. What are they saying, bro? I don't watch Sky News, but I think everyone's parents do. So Iran's state TV building apparently has been struck. Someone can confirm it. Some are saying this is the Iranian state TV building. Unsure how that makes it a mill target. Z12IT, thank you for the donation. Avtomat says, I voted against more stupid wars, yet we are here. Iranian state TV was hit live, right? I haven't seen that. You see the Iranian broadcast interrupted by a rocket? No. If there's some way you can point me in the direction of seeing it. Okay, I'll get to that email later on, Tom G. Thank you very much. Kelly for Tune, if we solve the problem over the next few months, you won't have to worry about the things about 10 years out. No need for US boots. I guess if it can be solved in a couple of months, but I don't see this being solved just by airstrikes. The situation with the Houthis wasn't solved by airstrikes. MY says, what are the probability that US gets actively involved with hard assets bombing Iran? Tactical nuclear weapons. I think tactical nuclear weapons are... Firstly, I don't believe tactical nuclear weapons exist. Every nuclear weapon is strategic. I think there is high likelihood the US will support in kinetic action as far as they will actually be dropping bombs. The US is already absolutely involved, actively involved with refueling and shooting down and all of this. But as far as bombing, I think it's likely. Thank you, MY. Tyler Willis, what about all those tankers? Yeah, I'm still trying to find exactly where they went. Author Robin D.M. Potter says, seen the video live Iran TV when it station was hit. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Right. Well, I am expecting waves of it. Well, we do know there's going to be waves of attack overnight. We know that for a fact. As well, Mr. Finetti says, do you recall when Tony Abbott, former Prime Minister of Australia, saying he would shirt front Putin over the downing of a civilian airline? That Australian official foreign policy to the Russian regime? Do you agree, mate? Mate, I don't think Tony Abbott could fight his way out of a wet paper bag, to be honest. And the Australian foreign policy there is just I think it's just words, whatever. It's completely out of our sector of the world and out of our sphere of any influence or their influence as well. Yeah, Abbott went on the Trigonometry podcast recently and spoke about this war and basically said, the question was asked, it was a ridiculous answer. It was asked how do we know that Iran is close to nuclear weapons? He said, oh, they're only months away from being developed. And I asked, well, how do we know that? And he just because we know and because we're told. And you're like, it was a bit, I actually don't mind Tony, but that answer was pretty cop out. Alan M said, don't go full conspiracy. Experts mislead, but false prophets are worse. Take one red pill, not the whole bottle. Our civilization is exceptional. Don't toss it all away. I agree. That is the thing, is I think so much of what is good is being tossed away. And that can happen as once the people start sort of taking one red pill, then they say, oh, everything's BS. But the problem is there's so much BS that it's hard to see what is and what isn't. Alan M said the rips are on the way. Right, still just waiting to see if anything we've got comes. Someone says Albo, not Abbott. No, the one that said, "Oh, shirt front Putin" was Abbott for sure. Yeah, that's what Mr. Finetti asked. Let me see if there's any updates on any of the Twitter pages. I'm pretty sure I can have coffee before a blood test. I think I can. What am I looking for? What time does that pathology open? $7:30. Right, I have 1 hour until I leave for the pathology. Only black coffee. Well, I only drink coffee. Let me look that up. Can I drink coffee before? Surely black coffee would be fine before blood tests. If it does require fasting, even black coffee can stimulate digestion, interfere with results. Some labs say black coffee is fine. Stick to water unless your doctor or lab has said otherwise. I don't know. Christopher Sapala, thank you. Okay, we might just hold off on the coffee. I think it would be fine. I'm pretty sure I've had coffee before these blood tests, but it's only 50 minutes. We'll hold off. Kyle Milton on the PayPal. Thank you for the donation, brother. Says, Maddie, can you shout out to my future wife, the beautiful Kalisha, who lives there in Adelaide, SA? Trying to get her to move over to the US to marry me. Love you, bro. Keep on keeping on. So Kyle's future wife, Kalisha, who lives in my city, he's trying to get her to move over to the US to marry him. I think she should go and marry him. So thank you, Kyle. Wish you and Kalisha all the best. Right, what am I getting sent now? Nurse here, it's fine as long as you aren't getting sugars or cholesterol tested. I don't know what the blood test is, so I'll just hold off. I think it's probably like a whole thing. I know they do bone marrow. Will they test? Is it going to test bone marrow through a blood test? Sounds wrong, but yeah, they're just saying to see if I can start the chemo next week. Someone said there's explosions in Kyiv. Yeah, we did know Russian Tu-95 bombers were in the air. Where are the missiles? None yet. Tyler Wills says, to my knowledge, the Houthis stopped harassing ships after Trump's airstrike campaign, which was the goal. Yeah, but a deal had to be that. Tyler, yeah, but that was done through a negotiated process. That the airstrikes alone didn't stop then the Houthis. It didn't fully dismantle it, and that was, this is what I'm saying about, like, with strategic strikes, is yes, it absolutely reduced some of their capacity. They hit a lot of targets, but did it completely dismantle the Houthis? No, they're firing systems still at Israel. Yeah, they might be letting some ships through, but yeah, that is the thing. Is just this alone can't dismantle all of that. And if you wanted to dismantle the Houthis, you'd probably have to have ground operation, and that's where, with like this conflict, I'm saying I just don't see how it's going to go. Someone asked, did I use Bushmaster? Yes, I was a crew commander of Bushmaster. Dino says, mate, they're checking. Are they checking the Canadian 125? If so, no coffee. You're getting a CBC test. It's probably okay. Love from Canada. Thank you, Dano. Mate, I don't know what they're checking. I just hand them the pathology form and they stick a thing in my arm. So I'm just going to hold off on the coffee. Ridiculous or Ridiculous says, have you tried fasting to stimulate autophagy? Yes. For those who don't know what autophagy is, it's basically cleaning out of cells out of your body, bad cells. You sort of get into autophagy after, say, maybe 40 to 72 hours of fasting. Your body starts, because it's in such a fasted, hungry state, it starts looking for any cells to clean up. So, yeah, I've done a lot of fasting up to 3 or 5 days, and I intermittent fast while on keto anyway, so it doesn't, it doesn't get into autophagy, but you still have a slight fasting window. Apparently Trump has said Iran should have signed the deal. Let me find that. It says BBC said on Fox News New York City will be attacked soon. I haven't seen any of that. Thank you for your donation, mate. Go take your blood test. No, they're not open yet. They're not open yet. Does faster lower the risk of cancer? I don't know, but some people, there is some studies that tend to show yes. I can't find any new truth.com pages from Trump. Mr. Finetti says, how concerned are you that Trump will drop AUKUS, which is the Australian, UK, US submarine deal? How ripe is Australia in real political terms? Australia is not ripe at any way in real politic terms. Pretty concerned that Trump will drop AUKUS. The submarines were meant to be built down the road from me, so there's been billions of dollars spent in infrastructure for that. So it is a concern if they drop it. And Australia's, I often say that if an adversary lands on Australian shores, we're stuffed. We need to stop them landing. So we need to have things like submarines, and I don't see how we've let our submarine capacity get to the point of what it is. Corporal Sun says, I'm also a nurse. Ask the person taking your blood so you know for next time. Yes, I will ask them when I'm taking blood, can I have coffee before this? Oh, my Lord. Right, so... So I'm still trying to see if there's any new news coming. Remember, it goes very slow and then all at once. Very slow, all at once. The DDN says the issue of the Australian Labor government is red. The governments in Australia have had huge issues for a long time. Posmo says the best thing Trump could do for Australia is drop the deal. It's the same rip-off. Australia paying 3 to 4 times, and America won't let you go ahead. Need cobalt on backside. Sorry. Yeah, the all the deals Australia has had with the submarines, whether the French deal, which there was huge problems in. What I heard about the French deal, I heard that one of the companies that was hired for security of this French submarine contract was like a Russian company hired for security, and people said submarines are like our most top secret asset, and you've hired an outside contractor that's like fucking Russian. Are you serious? But then the AUKUS deal for the Australian submarines was insane, that we paid for the submarines, helped build the submarines, but then if anything actually went down, we couldn't use the submarines. It was ridiculous. It was like a $200 billion deal. Right, I am going to be back. I need to go to my morning bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then I'll keep monitoring the situation as we go. I'll still be in the chat though, so feel free. Right, we're back. Yeah, I was pushing out the the mode. Yeah, exactly. Right. I did have a scroll. It doesn't look like anything happened when I was there. Willie's commanding Operation True Dump. Yeah, dude. What happened since yesterday, Willie? Actually, not that much. More strikes. More, if you'll call it, politics. But yeah, we're just trying to look. Like, one of the biggest things that I see is that Iran is trying to get a feel of who's like standing on their side, who's standing with them, which realistically it doesn't look like many. But we do know that Haifa had been hit very, very hard. It does look like Haifa energy facility was hit harder than the original video showed. Without US involvement, can the IRGC government be replaced? Well, there's a lot of factions operating there. I don't know. Maybe they can, but I really... Unless there's internal unrest, probably not. So, Middle East Spectator, they have said from a military liaison within the Supreme Leader of Iran, says apparently tonight the attack will be broad, multifaceted, and continuous, and implementation of this operation is being personally supervised. So, I don't know. I guess there's probably going to be a lot happen over the next few hours. Remember that we didn't see really the strikes come in until a fair bit later in the night. So it's what, 11, probably 11:30 at the moment over there. What last time we didn't see for what till about maybe 3:30 in the morning. So like maybe 4 hours from now is when we started seeing those. Yeah, I have seen the YouTube lives have all been taken down by Israel. Dalmatian, Israel is taking down all YouTube live streams of Tel Aviv and Haifa offline. Yeah, I have seen that. I'm just going to have a look. I'll show you what's going on. So APs is still up. Not sure what other ones are still. Oh, there's still some live cams up. Yeah, they still look like they're live. Some of them are live to me. Like this looks live. Some are saying that a lot are coming down. I don't think they're actually live anymore. Yeah, you do see a lot of the live cams are not actually live. I remember doing that. I remember that when I was in Israel. People being like, people would be like, "Oh, the live cam at such and such just showed this," and I'm like, "I'm here, and that's not happening." because there's money to be made in it. US official has told I-24 News, so Israeli News, US is preparing to potentially join Israel's campaign against Iran, pending approval from the US president. Shock, horror. Alan M. said, on a scale of 1 to 100, how much would you say Jewish people have contributed to where a civilization stands today? And as a follow-up, what would you guess their share of the global population is? The Jewish people's population is of share of global population is tiny. I heard this only the other day. What did someone say it was? Someone asked, like, how many Jewish people do you think there are in the world? And it was significantly less than people think, like it's a few tens of millions. But a very large contribution to Western civilization, absolutely. You can see that with the amount of Nobel Prizes and bits and pieces like that. 15 million worldwide, 0.03%. Yeah, that's the number. I saw it on like a podcast and said, how many Jewish people do you think there are? And so like a billion, and you're like, no, it's like 15 million. Posmo points out AUKUS, which is the Australian submarine deal, 239 billion for 12 subs. The cost is insane. It's the same as a nuclear carrier and an entire air wing. The deal like this is bad for US. Probably won't actually build enough. Yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, the AUKUS, we've already spent so much money. It's ridiculous. Zachary says, what's up, Willie? Do you think that Iran intends to close Hormuz regardless of what happens? Do you think they want to leverage that trump card? I don't know, mate. Iran's doing it to get their oil away too, but there is still a big card there to start leaning on oil. But if you start leaning on oil, it gives America more reason to step in too. Everything is a double-edged sword, mate. You push and something pulls. Because that would give and justify America for reason to come in. That there's global oil, and then we're striking targets. Oh my God. Sorry if it's made everyone yawn in the chat. Good evening, Willie. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Yes, you too. Hope you're well too. Oh, so I watched more footage of the US parade. The military 250 parade, dude. The US should be so disappointed in that. It's I can't believe Trump. I think there would have been some firm words from Trump to some commanders being like, "What the hell was that?" It was embarrassing. And then why in any way, shape, or form does a country with a military budget of $800 billion need to be sponsored by Coinbase and the UFC? What was that? It was fucking embarrassing, man. Alan M says, do you believe there's any overlap on similarity between the N and the Z? Mate, look, I don't know enough about that part of history that was wild at that time. There's overlap in everything if you look at it enough of a broad spectrum. But as far as that, I don't know. Someone says home front alerts. Check alerts. Okay. Right. Oh, yeah. Possible ballistic missile launches from Iran. Right. So what is the alerts app saying? Yep. It appears confirmed. Right. Flying central Israel. Current missiles from Iran. Alan M says $50 ball is spent. It's not something that I know enough on, Alan, to comment on, and it is pretty spicy for YouTube. Zachary says there's another question. Do you think that the US wants to intentionally start an energy crisis to slow China's rise or maybe further deindustrialize the EU? I don't think the US wants to deindustrialize the EU. They do want to slow China's rise, but China will just get energy from Russia. If they're not getting oil from Iran, you know where they'll get oil from? North. There's plenty of it. Mark said, IDF said coming missile alert. Yes, absolutely. We do know we are getting alerts. Red alert is now in central Israel, everywhere in central Israel. The apps are popping up. See if I can show you on here. Yep, 1 minute ago, ballistic missile launch. It looks like this. As well, Reed. Wow. Reed, thank you for your huge donation. You do not need to do that at all, mate. Thank you. He said, do you think tonight is going to be harder to get information out of Israel after the alerts? Stop posting rocket impacts. Also, get well, mate, and thanks for the content. From all your fans in New York, mate. Reedy, thank you very much, mate. I hope that you're going well in New York. I don't think that it will be. At the end of the day, you've got a city, say Tel Aviv. You've got Tel Aviv, 4.5 million people. You've got 4.5 million people with iPhones. You live in an age where everyone wants to have the next viral video online. Even if you're talking 1% of people go out to film, which it's going to be far less than 1%, but you're talking thousands of people. So I think Reedy will still get a lot of info. I think the information about like the battle damage after is going to get more and more difficult, but I still think we'll get a lot of footage, mate. Thank you again, man. Yeah, so we see the Frankenstuds inbound. It'll be interesting to see what weapons that Iran actually use. You guys have been unbelievable this morning. You've had way too many large donations. Stop it. You don't need to do it, lads. We have ads. I think we've got ads. I actually can't tell. These get demonetized, but yeah, cheers. All right, I'll see if there's any update. Okay, interceptors have been launched now from Tel Aviv. If you want to help me out, just hit the like button, guys. Yeah, so interceptors gone from Tel Aviv. AMK says interceptor missile appears to have just failed in Tel Aviv. So we'll get a better idea in a second. Yeah, there's alerts in Tel Aviv. Again, it's going to be a long night again for people. Long, long night. Alarms on all night. Sleeping in hardened facilities. You can see it fail on the Tel Aviv camera, right? Well, someone will crop that up very quickly, and we'll see it. Do we know what sort of air defense failed? Sirens cut Tel Aviv, likely a premature interceptor launch to the missiles targeting southern Israel. Right. Thank you for the donation. It says Tel Aviv live cams on YouTube are now offline. So I think some are still online, but it won't be long till they're all offline. Oh my God. So there are missiles in the air at the moment. Char Scar, thank you, brother. I hope you're doing well, mate. I hope you're doing really well. It'd be good to catch up in a couple of weeks as well, if you've got time. You can see the interceptor fail on AP. It says just tuned in. What's all the red? The red is what areas are then under alert at the moment. So I think we will see this attack likely. It'll likely just drag out. You'll see it go over a number of hours. Okay, there is footage of the interceptor failing. I'll see if anyone shares this. I'll just download this interceptor failing and I'll show you the video. So this was the live cam footage here of the failing AD. Yeah, in Tel Aviv. Sorry, my head's in the way. Wait a second. Yeah, so that's the footage. The air defense currently had a failure, which is not as uncommon as you'd like to think. Air defense can be very finicky. Jacques Morali, thank you for becoming a Mini Willy member. Oh. You remind me too. Wait, I need to get a blood test. I leave in 15 minutes for the blood test, exactly. So hopefully I'm the first one there, so I'm gone very short. And then I need to check my emails. I've got an email for a thing I'm meant to be presenting tomorrow night, but it's last minute. So, oh my God. Don't mind me, I can have a coffee as soon as I'm back from this bloody thing. What was I going to say? The start of the nightly air campaign has begun. So we know that. So we've had the first missiles, first couple of drones. Seems like they've been intercepted, but it's only, midnight in Israel. So then, yeah, we imagine that over the next coming 3 or 4 hours, it's going to pick up a lot. Anyone calculate how many interceptors Israel spends during an average night? Well, we don't really have an average night yet because this is very, very, very new considering. Like it's only been for a couple of nights, but hundreds probably, but of different types. It's hard to calculate how much. Yeah, so this was that interceptor failure over Tel Aviv that just happened. How many more of these ballistics do you think Iran have left? Mate, I could not tell you. It depends how many were destroyed from Israeli strikes. It could be well over 10,000 they've got, or it could be 10. Again, we don't know. I'll see if there's anything else popping up. Does Iran have nukes? That is the number one question. If they did, we could see one go. So according to some pages, one of the missiles impacted in an open area in the Negev. So we don't know. Again, a lot is absolutely shutting down on information at the moment. So General Mike Flynn, we have to let Israel finish the job, which would allow the US to finally focus on the Chinese Communist Party. An Israeli victory would establish regional dominance for Israel and strengthen American global dominance. At least from this bit here. Someone says huge drone attack on Kyiv tonight. I'll have a look. Oh. Again, Israeli pages releasing do not film rocket alerts, do not film interceptions, impacts, do not spread rumors. So someone said there's two possibilities of what we're seeing. Is either Iran is trying to explore weakness of Israeli air defense by launching small salvos, or Israel has hit a lot of the Iranian TELs, which is the launching systems. So Iran has lost the ability to launch large amounts of missiles. So that could be it, as we have seen, a very, very small salvo. So someone says, yeah, the salvos we saw was 150, then 100, then 50, then 30, then 3. So, yeah, either it's probing to see where there's air defense weakness, or Israel has hit that many of the TELs, the launching platforms for the missiles, that Iran can't get large amounts away. We will see. Some of the Iranian pages, they're trying to say, I suspect it's just identifying air defense locations. But again, time will tell us. Time will tell us if it's one or the other. If we see barrages of 100 a night continue. Do I think a regime change is likely? I don't know, man. I think it might be likely. Alonso Artega says, how would you go about defeating Iran step by step given all the information there is publicly without being more radical government rise soon after? That is the problem, is every time you try and do this to take down a radical government, it ends up stepping in, a lot of time, a more radical government. We have a lot of history of doing that. So how do you go about it? Mate, it's above my pay grade, but you need to dismantle that. You need to give people better opportunities than there was, and more freedom, as well as something to believe in. But that's what we went over. We went over this a few months back with the counterinsurgency, that the way to be successful in counterinsurgency isn't just force. You need to then bring the people onto your side, and there's specific elements. There's like 30, maybe? There's like 30 different checkboxes you basically need to get a weighting of before you'll actually have success against a insurgency, and you can say that you can make that larger. I know this isn't insurgency so much, but you can say that too if you tick those boxes on what you're providing the civilian population over what the former regime did, you likely will be successful. Posmo, thank you for becoming a level 1. Ike White says, why do these rocket strikes happen at night? Because they believe they'll have more success with them at night, and moving their missile launchers at night is safer for them. Twitter is popping up with new videos. Right, so this is one of the videos of the air defense missile failing over Tel Aviv. Studio Brand says, if you're infantry in Iran, what would be a path to hold ground in Israel? Neither side can win without ground operations. I agree, Studio Radar. As far as winning, oh my God, like full victory, eventually you have to have a ground operation, but Iranian infantry, they're not going to be able to move through to the positions to ever take ground in Israel, and I think Israel taking ground in Iran is highly, highly unlikely too. So I don't know. People overestimate strategic strikes. Now, yes, they are very, very deadly. They can destroy a lot, but there's never enough of them to take out full armies. So what you're trying to do is put the hurt on enough that then it has influence in the government, which at wartime can be the exact opposite. It can bring people together. Russia's strikes into Ukraine brought Ukrainians together. It didn't push them apart. Same with the Ukrainian strikes into Russia. That's not the question. What is the question? If you're infantry in Iran, what would be a path to hold ground in Israel? Neither side can win without ground operations. Wasn't that the question? How do you win a war without infantry? Unless you're willing to take out everyone, you sort of can't. Not a ground of war. Not a war of territory and dismantling of militaries. It's been 15 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and I'll go. Get this blood test. Good evening from Freiburg, Germany. Good evening, mate. Stuart said, could you go through Iraq and Syria like other with proxy groups in there? Not really, because if you started moving ground operations through Iraq and Syria, I guarantee that there would be huge amount of resistance on that move. Like you're trying to do like an administrative infantry move, armor move through desert, you're going to get absolutely whacked by other aircraft. Israel could probably do it with the US, but Iran's not doing it the other way. Oh. So what do we think? Do we think that Iran's going to launch large attacks tonight? Do we think they can launch large attacks tonight? Someone says you look shattered. Yeah, I'm very tired. Ike's is out of missile launches. We've only had a few. We've only had 3 missiles. Bianca says, why have IS never attacked Israel? Well, there's definitely been people that are associated with it have attacks. But I know what you're trying to hint at. Right, we know Ukraine's under air attack by Russia right now too, by drones it seems, and there's some bombers in the air. Large-scale ground 2 drone attack Kiev. Several impacts have been recorded. Scotty, no update on the tankers yet. Right, what I am going to do, gentlemen, is whilst I am away for my test, I'm actually just going to leave the stream up. You guys can continue talking and carrying on and doing whatever you guys do best, I guess. So I'm going to leave up. We put it in the right spot. Right, this is going to be my screen whilst I leave. No, I can't leave you guys on a live cam, sadly. I'll just get copyrighted because these people believe they own the cameras. So apologies, I can't do that. Yeah, they will just, as soon as, if I were to put that up, they would just claim the whole thing and I can get a strike for that. I tried to buy a stream and they wouldn't let me. Right. So I am going to go. I'm going to go have my blood test. So the blood test is so I can start chemotherapy. I see the oncologist on Thursday and he will tell me if I can start or not. So I'll leave you guys here. And I'll be back in. I'm hoping it won't be any more than like 20 minutes. Maybe more. Probably more like half an hour. So you guys do what you need. And then I'll be back as soon as I can. Right. Thank you guys. I'll see you in a bit. Yo, yo, yo. G'day, everybody. Sorry for the almost hour away. Oh, my God. Ridiculous. So, yeah, we're back. But the blood test, as I walked in, the waiting room was just full. I was like, uh-oh, this is going to take me a while. So, nurse was nice. Blood test is done. Right, what updates have we got? We've had Iskander launches on Ukraine, Russian aircraft operating. What about Israel? Iran, have a look. Good morning. Good morning, mate. Most importantly, lads, I have myself a coffee. I forgot to ask if I could have had coffee before the test, but that doesn't matter. So, Trump is apparently issuing evacuations for Tehran. So Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame. What a waste of human life. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. And so Trump is telling people to evacuate. So that's, yeah, absolutely. It is very ominous. Absolutely it is. So what does that actually mean? Absolutely no idea. Has there been anything else happened since I've been gone? I'm just trying to find the Trump Truth social post so I can chuck in my Telegram. Does that mean the US will send bombers? Not necessarily, but it's not a great sign. So Trump is calling for evacuation of Tehran. Trump's post means B2s will hit nuclear sites. Potentially. Sorry, putting up a post. Oh my God, wait. Sorry, I had to sleep. Skirtle, thank you, says, love you, Willie, you're the man. Thank you, mate. So we know Trump is saying this, a very ominous message about then leaving Tehran. Tehran has a population of over 13 million people. It's a big ask, but it does look like there's going to be a lot. Not only Israeli strikes, but potential American strikes too. Apparently there are strikes against Iran tonight, but I can't actually find any footage of that. I can't see if there's any more Iranian missiles in the air either. Nutsy Chimp says, don't forget your blood test. Nutsy Chimp, I just got back from the blood test, so we are all good. So, What do you think? Do you think we're going to see within the next 48 hours? Do you think that we'll see a US strike on Iran? And just like that, oil is on the move. Let's have a look. We have 1 hour until the Australian stock market opens, and I'll check that. Big bangs on the Tehran cam. Intel cams, Oz in. Okay. Big bangs. Okay. People saying yes, no. Let's have a look. How's the oil? The oil's not moving. Oh, it moved up, actually. It did move up slightly. So, okay, put in the chat, do you think yes or no for US strikes? Because we know China said there'd be catastrophic consequence. And that's the thing. Tehran is a city of 13 million people. Where are they meant to go? Actually, a poll would be a better idea, wouldn't it? I forget I can do polls. Now I forget how to do a poll. Emotes. Pop out chat. Okay. Oh, yeah, that one. How to do a poll. Start a poll. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. Don't worry. I thought my computer froze. But the US wouldn't be or it shouldn't be striking Iran. It should be striking the Tehran. It should be striking the nuclear facilities. Also, we're seeing fairly even, 50%. Okay, we'll see. Greater Tehran is 19.8 million, Tony says. So it's huge. It's a population of Australia just there. You never know. Maybe he's just sort of flexing. Saber rattling, see what'll happen. So people tend to think yes. 66% are saying yes. There has been multiple very large strikes happen over Ukraine as well. Okay, now Brent oil just plummeted again. Let's have a look at what not plummeted, it's 1%. So this has been the day. So we'll keep this up and we'll keep looking at it every so often and see what is changing. Nimitz and carrier strike group have redeployed from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East. Oh, it is wild. Trump answering questions from reporters at G7. I want to see no nuclear weapons in Iran. We're on our way to make sure that happens. So this is what is being reported here. I don't want to see any nuclear weapon in Iran. We're on our way to make sure that happens. Asked if he believed Israel could suppress the nuclear threat posed by Iran to the US. Trump responded, "It's irrelevant. Something's going to happen." So, wow. Posmo said, I've no hope anymore Trump can avoid it, and fear it'll cost the midterms and maybe Vance in 28. Not having AOC POTUS is 1,000 times more vital than Israel. Mate, it is... I don't know if it's avoidable anymore. Willie, you ain't over there. Nah, mate, I'm not over there. I've got to start chemo in under a week. Dommy T says, I'm sick of these effing warmongers. Has everyone forgot about the weapons of mass destructions in Iraq debacle? This is not why I voted for Trump. He feels betrayed. And you're not alone, Dommy. A lot of people do feel betrayed by a lot of this. Mike Papa Fiver says, USA will drag us into World War III, Indo-Pacific next. The thing is, a lot of it's the first time I believe that China has had more naval assets or maybe more strike asset in the Indo-Pacific. You never know. You could see China kick something off. See, this is what I went over the other day, is Israel does not possess the weapons in its arsenal to punch through some of those nuclear facilities. So, how do you feel being on the Willy live stream whilst World War III starts? That's interesting, isn't it? James Brown, I hope that you are well, mate. He says, so much blood is spilled, mass blood conjuring incoming. We are in World War III. I don't think we're in World War III, but we're definitely in Cold War 2.0. There's a lot of countries with a lot of fingers in pies here. Iran is critical to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Sup, girl. Hey, nice to see you again. Willie, so nice to see you live. Thanks for covering this. No worries at all. Thank you for being here. As you know, it's been a long... I don't feel like I've slept or relaxed since Friday. I did a massive stream, 11 hours of streaming on Friday, and I haven't really stopped since. It's been long. So it does appear, at least if you ask which way I'm voting yes. I believe that America will vote. Will drop munitions. So people are saying US accelerating more deployment of military assets into the Middle East. US carriers are there, the tankers are there. It looks like we might be getting engulfed in a major war, guys. Zachary Seed says, you can never understand Jay's ability to start world wars, Willie. Trump is a dog. He's maxing right now. It's probably been planned for decades. There's probably a lot planning behind the scenes, but God, I just don't want to see more of our young guys caught up in wars that I feel could have been avoided. And not only that, I don't want to see thousands, tens, hundreds, millions of lives lost. 20 years later, we leave and it ends up in Afghanistan 2.0. Tuxedo Master said, I've been bothering with a false flag this time. Thank you for your donation. And James Brown says the plans never work. Yeah, a lot of the plans. Well, that's the whole bit about, after the first punch, the plan goes out the window. And that's the thing is you don't know when you start a war, you don't know how it's going to end. I'm just sick of incompetent fuckwits who bring us into war, or ideological fuckwits. And that's both ways too. Like that is both ways. Like this is the thing is if you disagree with Israel striking Iran, you can also say, but I don't think Iran should have nuclear weapons, and there needs to be something done about that over the decades which this may have been a threat. And that's where I sit. I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with these strikes, but I also don't agree with the current regime and their treatment of people in Iran. You can have opinions that aren't just, black and white one way or the other. And I don't agree with America getting involved in every single war because for some reason they have to. Dare the Machine says, my post-service military obligation just expired. IAR, that was close. So everyone, for those who know, once you leave the military, you still have an obligation to sign or to be recruited if you need. Yes, Iran is a signatory to the NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, but they don't really keep up with it since I think 2001. They haven't been doing what is required, but Israel is not a signatory to it with nuclear weapons. Oh, apparently. Thing is too, like Australia, my mates will be dragged into this with nothing to do with it other than signatures on a bit of paper. Thing is, I do not have. If the regime can stick together, I still think there's going to have to be some ground operation, which is going to be catastrophic for everyone. Why do you give a crap about the regime Iran has? Well, I do care about people living under that, and the rights of women and children and all of that. I do really care about that, and there is some horrible things happen, as well as radical regimes with weapons that could absolutely wipe out areas. But at the same time, we also need to look at how does regimes like that come into power too. So it's so much more complex than people just try and make it as well. And we need to realise that there's innocent people everywhere that are going to get absolutely caught up in this, and already are. James Brown says, that's the most Australian thing I've ever heard. I'm tired of incompetent fuckwits. Thanks, James. Well, mate, it is. Alexander says, from Switzerland, I'm guessing CHF, they were kicked out of 109 countries for a reason. So Alexander's pushing that. But it's, yeah, I just hate this black and white idea, because you'll see people be like, Willie's a Zionist or Willie's a this or that. I'm like, no, I just don't want to see a heap. I think just I'm a civilian innocence absolutist, that I'm an absolutist that civilians are innocent. Oh shit, I'm trying to refill my coffee. Let's see if this spills. Oh, a little bit. And that's my thing. And I'm like, well, there's very, very few people in the world who are pulling the strings. And, let's say it's 20 people, and they are going to sign people up to die. And that is people from all sorts and all sides too. If Iran, Russia, China, North Korea are labelled the axis of evil, what can we label the Americans and the Israelis? Well, they'll say they're the axis of freedom and democracy. And the axis, well, most people refer it to, like, the online community says axis of evil, where the intel community calls it the axis of upheaval. Little bit of a language difference, but yeah. Peter Pialetti goes, Aussies need to go neutral. China is not our enemy. Mate, fucking, if I was the Australian dictator, which should be, I'd get around in mad sunglasses and massive set of fake medals on my chest. I'd honestly be pushing for a nuclear Australia that is fairly neutral. Lancer, thank you for the donation, says, as a Westerner, I think it's wild our so-called democracies can go to war against public opinion. Going to war should be a referendum-worthy decision. I completely agree. If gay marriage is a referendum-worthy decision, going to fucking war and killing people and signing our guys up to die and fight too, absolutely should be. Like, for God's sake, you're going to spend $1 trillion of public money or more. It's probably way more than that. Like, at the end of the day, we saw, like, a B-2 bomber is a $2 billion aircraft. Like, every mission costs tens and tens of millions. So, yeah, I honestly think At least we don't make a fuss over. It needs to be more pointy. Well, it was Indian. That wasn't the dictator. Anyway, I'm sick to death of the wars that I think could all be avoided. Most could be. There are wars that are unavoidable. I understand that. And I understand. I was in the fucking military. Trust me, I understand that. But no one's trying to do anything to avoid them either. Whether it's money or fame or glory or whatever. Maybe it's human nature. I don't know. Sturmy says Willie for dictator. I agree. Whatever, you can pump the chat if you think I should be an Australian dictator. Fix your bookshelf real quick. No, they don't fit anymore. Got a bit of stuff everywhere. Sandbox grenades says I don't see World War III popping off because of this. None of Iran's allies want them to have nukes either. If the West doesn't do this, we're ensuring a World War III. So that is one of the ideas, is if we do allow Iran to have nuclear weapons, then we are ensuring a World War III. But this is the thing, is why hasn't, right now, this sounds like I'm oversimplifying it, but this can fucking happen. Trump can get on the phone to Xi Jinping and Putin and go, we all agree we don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Is that right? Yes. What do we need to do to prevent that happening? Because we are going to step into something that is going to cost all of us shitloads of lives, innocent lives over there. The average Iranian doesn't give a shit about nuclear weapons. They're just trying to get by in a country that is sanctioned to shit. What do we need to do with these powers? India, China, Russia, America, even Pakistan, involve all of this and just go like, right, okay, what do we all agree that we don't want them to have weapons? And if someone says yes, then we go, right, why do you think they should have weapons? Blah, 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 blah. Get the nuclear powers all together and go, this is what we're doing, and actually have a discussion about it. But no one in NATO picked up the phone to speak to fucking Putin for 3 years. Even if you think he's evil, okay, you can it doesn't mean you can't go ring him and go, you're a dickhead, and hang up. You can still do that. And then if it comes to Iran is going to have nuclear weapons regardless, and China, Russia, India, Pakistan we've all met and said we don't want them to happen, and the regime says we're going to have them, then you bomb the fuck out of the facilities, target just the facilities though, and work as a multinational nuclear enforcement. So the nuclear powers work on enforcement of nuclear weapons combined between the states which may be somewhat adversaries to each other. Imagine that. Imagine if China, Russia, India, America, Pakistan all said, look, we don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. We all agree that this is whatever. Then we're covering a lot of bases. James Brown says, has it ever worked? They say we do have weapons of mass destruction, right? Democracy. It's, It says, over 1 million Iraqis got killed for the famous weapons of mass destruction. We're about to witness again for the same reason Iran. I'm ashamed of voting for the Cheeto man. I think a lot of people will be ashamed. And I don't, I would have voted for Trump. I would have voted for Trump. There's no ifs or buts. If I was in America, because I could not have voted for the other side. And likely the other side could potentially be fucking worse. At Sturmy, it says, why is the US allowed to decide on who has nukes? Thank you for the donation. But that's my point, is it shouldn't be that. It should be, as the nuclear global powers, so the most powerful nations in the world, US, China, India, Russia, and you include the other nuclear powers, the UK, France, Pakistan, they all come together and go, who, as us, so we have Chinese, they have their global order, the American global order. Do we all agree, trying to have representation of the world, do we all agree we don't want them to have nuclear weapons? And if the answer is yes, then as a globe we do it. So it's not just one power saying that they can't. It's all of the powers with this ability to do it. Does that make sense? So it's actually a democratic world order to some degree. So you get, I don't know how many nuclear states there are, 7 you get the nuclear states together, and these typically the nuclear states will also be the most powerful GDPs with the largest populations, typically, and then they work as a smaller inner democracy. Kenya Scales says, thank you for the donation first. Why talk about Iran's government as a regime, but not Netanyahu's regime, bombing, massacring other neighbours? IAEA is reliable, right? Well, the IAEA is absolutely, it's just an arm of the fucking United Nations, so they work politically as well. So you can see democratic elections as well to a degree, but yeah, there needs to be responsibility held too for crimes that have occurred, and that needs to be applied objectively. The laws. Posmo says Iran wasn't getting nuclear weapons, Billy. They could have had them 15 years ago. What are you talking about? Well, this is the thing where the intel falls apart too. And this goes with my group. If you had a working group of these opposing nations, is the Americans would come with the CIA, the Chinese would come with the MSS, the Russians would come with the SVR. I don't know what India's is called or whatever. MI6 would be there from the Brits, whatever else. They would all come and go, are we actually sure that they are making these? And the CIA may say, well, we have this. And the SVR may go, well, we have this that says they're just building this. And the MSS may go, well, we've got things everywhere, because apparently the MSS, like the Chinese Ministry of State Security, is just insanely embedded everywhere, which is concerning. Look at how embedded the Israelis were in Iran. Apparently the MSS is crazy like that, and why do you think that China have all these areas near US bases? Anyway, and then at that working group, they come to the conclusion of, are they building nuclear weapons or not? Because at this point in time, we just don't know. Like, there's no consensus if they are or not. So it becomes a democratic working group of representation. So these leaders who represent the most powerful nations in the world by population, GDP, and nuclear systems, that is then it's a process working group at that. Even if countries within that may not be democratic, at least that at the top end is democratic. That it's not just that. And the US, France, UK, they represent the West. China, Russia, they represent, I guess, the East and other countries, Asia, Eurasia, India, Asia in its own sort of part of the world. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Where am I? James Brown says, sad reality, the other side would be worse. I live here. And it could be. It could be worse. Sorry, I'm missing some super chats. Apologies. I'm sure I will get to them. Okay, now I think I'll be up to date in a sec. Muhammad Diop says, Iran signed the JCPOA. They respected it despite signatory bailing out. Why would Iran accept Israel the bomb? Stop the hypocrisy. Well, Iran may not. We don't know. There's risk that they do. They may not as well. Someone's saying Willie's a sneaky neocon. It's the exact opposite of what I said. I think you need to Google what neoconservatism is. Kurt says, it's funny that people who voted for Trump are shocked he lied. He's a dishonest businessman his entire life. On Epstein. Thank you, Kurt, for the donation. Business is dirty. Especially, I've actually heard someone say about Trump, said, don't look at him recently, look at the environment of which he thrived in. And I was like, what? And what they're talking about, he was a businessman in New York in like the 80s and 90s when it was sort of mob mafia run, dodgy deals, sketchy this, sketchy that. And that's how he operates. Sturmy said, how do I DM you, mate? The best way is probably through my email, is probably best. NPC says, hey, it's a retired guy from the US who sent you a care package of patches. Is it true you are heading out to the USA? Hit me up if you need support. NPC, yes, brother. Firstly, thank you very much for the packages that you sent me. The package. Was that from the New York Police Department? Is that correct, NPC? I'm guessing it's the right guy. Thank you very much, man. I am heading out to the USA. I'm not coming to the East, but we will catch up. I want to go to New York at some point in my life just to imagine I'm in Seinfeld for a weekend, but I can't afford it. Posmo says, if they, or the Iranians, were making them, they would have had them 15 years ago, and this wouldn't be happening. They had an enrichment capability long ago. That's the hard part. I don't know what you were going on about. Yeah, but this is what I mean, is we don't know. Like, you got to remember where I'm sitting is, I don't know if Iran does or doesn't. I don't know if they've got the capacity or not. But we should be working with the other states too, going, we believe they do, and they might go, we don't, or this is the information available. But it needs to be fucking clear if they do or don't. Tulsi Gabbard said Iran is not making nukes. Well, and someone asked the question yesterday of how can Iran not after decades and decades, and North Korea has. So I don't know. And Lockie M says, I guess it really was the Jays the entire time. Trump doing Trump stuff again. We genuinely have no idea if Iran has a weapon or is close to making one. I agree with Andy. At least I don't. Some people seem completely confident that they didn't or they did. I don't know. I think it's likely that they didn't. But, then we have suddenly, it was after 3 decades of saying Iranian nukes, suddenly now it's within a week. Like, what has changed? I think people in these countries, which are signing up to spend trillions of tax dollars and thousands of lives, and also signing up to take thousands of lives, the people in these states deserve to know what information is there. Is this, like, legit? A White House senior official told CNN US President Trump's post on Truth Social earlier telling Iranians to immediately evacuate Iran reflected the urgency of the need for Iran to come to the negotiating table with Vice President J.D. Vance, Chairman of Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane, and other top aides seen gathering earlier today at the White House. So what I would do, I know I've spoken about this, but this needs to be a working group and go, you can have, if you're after nuclear energy, you're fine to have nuclear energy, but you need to allow IAEA inspectors, and it has to be above ground and blah, 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 as per usual stuff. And again, this needs to work not only on one side of the world. We need to remember that the West may be the richest and more powerful area, but it's an exception, not the rule, to the population of the world, and is losing the advantages of GDP as areas of the world grow. So it needs to be right. We're going to have a working group, and it's going to be inspected, but not just from the West. It's inspected by everyone. We go, right, who are the major nuclear players in nuclear energy? Okay, Iran. If Iran's whole bit is we want nuclear energy, then okay, the IAEA has to inspect this, but it's going to be overseen by the US, Russia, and China, and India. It's going to be overseen by that, but they are going to oversee it as a whole. So, the US can't just say one thing and China say another. It's overseen, and it's actually somewhat objective, because you've got multiple opinions. Even if every opinion isn't objective, you get both sides and you can find a happy medium, if that makes sense. Trump supporters coming to reality. The one thing that doesn't change on the US politics is foreign policy. The tone might, but the goals don't. And I know Professor Mearsheimer talks about that. The way the different Republican and Democrats talk, but at the end of the day, they have like an ultimate realist policy for foreign policy doesn't change. Yeah. Posmo says you can't, both sides in this one, my brother. Iran is not at fault. Well, this is the thing, is we need to reassess, was it seeking nuclear weapons or not? Oh, shit, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry, I clicked the wrong bloody thing. Jason, did you see the interview with Netanyahu on Fox News? It was interesting. No, I didn't. What did he say in that, Jason? Do you think the West truly benefits from Israel? For the last couple of years, as far as net benefit, depending on what thing, but probably not. I do really wonder. Maybe Iran will come to the negotiating table, but anything negotiated will be in bad faith. So the White House highlights Trump's evacuation order in a post. I just want to find this on my own thing. Oh my God. Yeah, this is fucking nuts, isn't it? What do you think China or Russia does if Iran asks for help, Willie? Not much. They'll probably supply some degree, but they're not going to step into war. Ridiculous says, you're being naive, Willie. All wars are bankers' wars. A lot of money to be made. They literally killed the last negotiators. This is the whole bit, is it needs to be actually a working group, not just from one side. You cannot just have step into what is happening is you're having the Swiss Peace Summit again, which is just ridiculous. Is let's have a peace summit and only invite people that we like. Like, what? We only invite people that agree with me. You're creating echo chambers and you just get nowhere. Peter Paoletti. Sorry, one thing I was saying that is we need to accept that these other nations in the world are growing in power rapidly, and we need to work with them before we're going to be working against them. We probably have an opportunity to work with the other powers and go, well, how do you see the world? Because my stance is I don't believe there's any intrinsically evil people. There's just people that see the world vastly different through different ideologies and through their own experiences of the world, and it's relatively then reflected. Peter Paoletti says America crying about security being completely shielded from all foreign policy adventures was best ally of Israel, who started this plays the victim. It is one of those things. Foreign policy is an absolute mess. I see things I don't even know. Like, I think people may overestimate the US foreign policy as being like, oh, it's been planned for decades and this and that. Is it that? Is it that it's been planned for decades and it's part of some grand strategy? Or is it just reactive? Is it just holding on and going for the ride? So, so this is a good breakdown of what happened. So people getting on evil. Okay, maybe, yeah. What I should add is I think 99.9% of people are not evil and are a reflection of their environment. Not because what we're trying to say, what people are trying to say is they're saying this axis of upheaval and this and that. Then therefore you're calling billions of people evil. What you're talking 30, 40% of the world. And I'm saying, no, I believe maybe 99% of people are just a reflection. Yeah, maybe 1% of people are truly evil. There's 8 billion people on Earth. It's not this whole nation of a billion people is evil, if that makes sense. So Open Source Intel says, let's break down what exactly happened. First, 30 US refueling tankers took off overnight. That doesn't happen without major operation. Next, USS Nimitz suddenly rerouted to the Middle East. Then State Department issued a stark warning. Shortly after, Pete Hegseth, I directed deployment of additional capabilities. And now Trump drops the hammer. Everyone should evacuate Tehran. Something looks like it's about to go down. And it does. It looks like shit is about to go down. But I refuse to believe that 40% of the globe isn't just a reflection of or a reaction to their environment and seeing the world through different eyes, who says we're right? Kenyan Scale says, don't be dense. There's no proof Iran wanted a nuke. The NPT allows enrichment at any level. Israel just wants regime change and manufactured consent for starting war. This is what I've been saying, Kenyan. This is why we need to work with other nations to see what is and what isn't. Thank you for your donation. And Marcielo says, mega civil war incoming. This is something that people have spoken about is how far can the US push before its own citizens go, we don't want this. I was in 613. Sorry, I just got to post something. You should watch Brian Ballistic or do a stream with him. It will change it. He'll explain the policy to you quickly. President's change, policy remains if you don't mind him. I haven't actually watched any of it, but yeah, policy seems to not change much. Right, in other news, right, we're seeing mass evacuation of Tehran and Kinzhal missiles on Kyiv at the moment. Refresh the page. Shit is going down, right? Apologies. Oh my God. Trump, somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Oh, Jesus. Iranian air defense is activated in a vase. Strikes all across Iran. Right. US airlift. Someone says US airlift underway. Well, our day just got very busy, gentlemen. I'm glad we didn't turn off the stream. So this is from AMK mapping. As said, mass evacuations across Tehran, mate. These poor people, bro. You need to remember that most people are just trying to get by. And now their life has been upended. Really, if it goes ahead, could Russia do the same? But potentially. If it goes ahead, man, and there's all this caught up here and the US gets caught in an extended war, watch China, honestly, because you may be giving China an opportunity. Sam Murphy says, Sam Murphy on PayPal says, surely the best way to prevent someone from having a nuke is to create an environment in which they feel there's no reason to have a nuke. Attacking them surely makes acquiring a nuke seem like a necessity for survival. Also, regarding no over people, I think it's a variation of this. There are no bad people, only incentives. Sam, fantastically worded, much better worded than I would have done. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. And thank you for the PayPal donation. And as someone said, China don't need to do anything. And that is something too. I showed you that meme yesterday that was like, it was like the Giga Chad face with Xi's face on it. It said, do nothing, ... win. That seems about how it's going to go. New Bob Doyle, thank you for the donations. In my opinion, there's a lot of naivety in this chat. In global affairs, good luck securing what's right, because this includes Chinese workers die making Apple products in the US leaving AFG and Bolden to Iran to get a nuke. This is why we need to work with the other major powers, man. That's my whole opinion, is things can't just be based on, I'm not saying based on what is right, because what is right is subjective. So you need to, if we're so big on democracy, we need to have some level of working group at the top end. Like, I can't believe that, Xi, Putin, Modi, and Trump aren't speaking like every day. Okay, oil has just risen. Apparently, the US stock market is hot as well. Lucky M says, how do we make Rock the Casbah as the official theme music for this war? Mate, theme music of the war will definitely come, but it's going to be Trump's YMCA, I think. So we've seen as these tweets have gone out, have a look at this. Look how the markets react. Tweet goes out, boom, straight away. Matty Z says Iran has nuclear weapons is the same false flag as Iraq with WMDs. The neocons have gotten everything wrong since WW2, mate. Well, we'll see. And everything is double-edged sword. It'll catch up. Is the US stock market open at the moment? Can someone tell me that? Apparently everything's green. No, closed. Damn. Okay. We'll get an idea because the Australian stock market opens in half an hour. Okay, everyone's looking at futures. Okay. Okay, I'm just refreshing everything to have a look. And James O'Reilly on the PayPal. Thank you, brother. Says for being an SC, a sick C word. Thank you, bro. Really appreciate that, man. Refresh the page. Yeah, I've refreshed this in the back end. Sorry, I have a couple of screens going. Trump is still on his Twitter rampage. America first means many great things, including the fact Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, make America great again. Trump is cutting his G7 visit short and heading back to Washington tonight. Dude, it is fucking going down. Yeah, it's... Yep. Fuck's sake. There's going to be massive protests in the US if this goes down. American oil just went up, no problem at all. New Bob Doyle, thank you for the other donation, says another problem is fundamentals, religious thinking and leadership. This absolutely includes irrational politicians. It precludes negotiation. Yeah, and when people talk fundamentalist, people only, for some reason, only presume Islam. You need to look at fundamental religious driving decisions all around the world for many different religions. Someone says Willie for no sleep for weeks. I know. America first, America first, not Americans first. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Trump leaving the G7 early to go to DC tonight, right after the evacuate warning. Oh, no. Oh, fucking insane, huh? 12-hour stream here. Mate, we strap in. Trump is getting major blowback. He'll bow out of this. I haven't seen what America's looking like, but I think there'll be huge blowback. I think the progressive side of politics, like the Democratic side of politics, they don't want this. We know that. Or people that voted that way, at least for some, but en masse. And I think the younger conservatives, they don't want it. I think there's this boomer area of politics that does, but that's not the majority. Elijah Spears, thank you for the donation. After meeting hundreds of people in jail over 15 months who committed evil acts, I felt only one of them was truly evil. Serial killer Paul Denya. And this is what I mean, man, is this, I think, yeah, maybe 1%, but not the 40% of the world like we are told. Marcielo Fabrizio says, you're about to get a lot more work, really. Yeah. Thank you, mate. And Utiz says Trump is Israel first. He certainly is on those tapes. Yeah, well, a lot of people think it was an inside job. Well, a intel job. Shit's going down everywhere. There's bloody Russian jets dropping bombs in Ukraine right now too. Congressman Randy Fine reshared Trump's thing and said, quote, "Thank you, POTUS, bombs away." Dude, GTA 6, we are never getting to GTA 6, are we? The fucking world's going to end before we get there. Tasmanaut said, "I supported Trump through thick and thin, but I'm done. If he does any bidding in Israel, I turn a blind eye to everything, but I can't do this." Tasmanaut, I think a lot of people are going to be sharing what you say. And like seeing Tucker Carlson's influence in the media and Rogan's, and we know how they feel about this, and they supported Trump too, that'll be, yeah. Imagine if Trump deletes the tweet. Can we get an update on the Willie investment fund? The investment fund is pretty good at the moment. Actually, I've had a lot of donations over the past couple of days. So thank you. Remember, all the money you donate is going into Lockheed Martin's. I'm joking. It's not going to Lockheed Martin stock. It's going to support my fucking rent payment and buying me a steak because I'm on keto. But yeah. Someone said, "Do you think this stream will become historically meaningful of how history classes teaching this, watching this stream in 100 years understand how we destroy the world?" Imagine that. Imagine 100 years, people are like, "Yeah, this bald idiot was streaming at the time all these tweets were coming out, and this is how the world ended." Oh, did I miss one? Dingleberry, thank you for the second donation on that, brother. Yeah, Trump left G7 early. Yeah, we know that. Left G7 early, back to DC, probably into the bloody command room, or whatever they call it. G. Ross, thank you for the donation, brother. And also another gentleman says JFK was the last American president. Well, we saw what happened there. Someone says, "You're far safer down there than I am up here." Mate, I'm right near this submarine bases. I'm not that safe. Israel Channel 14 has said, "We are approaching the Great War." There's some alerts, nothing too major. Crispy... Oh, shit, did I miss anything? Crispy Priest says, "Steak. I can only afford a sausage on a bun." Mate, yeah, I should be only able to afford that, but I'm trying to look after my health and eating as keto as possible, and so eating good meat, but it is expensive. Bukaki says, "You're a effing legend, Willie." Thank you, brother. Tyler Nicholas, thank you for your super chat as well. We really, really do appreciate that. As well as Harry Cook on the PayPal, "Rent money and coffee from Lukewarm." Thank you, brother. Really appreciate that, Phil. And then Peter Cook, thank you as well, man. As well as Texar Contracting. Keep up the great work. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys for the PayPal and super chats. Remember, you do not have to at all. You guys being here is plenty enough, but I do really appreciate it. I'm not going to turn it back. So White House confirm US President Trump will depart a day early from the G7 summit in Canada. Following a dinner tonight alongside the heads of state, with him returning to Washington, D.C. in order to attend to many important matters, aka bombing the Middle East. Me and some of my mates have this like running joke about something bad happens, we write like in brackets, US bomb Syria. So like it'll be like, "Oh fuck, man, I left my wallet at home. Can you shout me?" And it'd be like brackets, US has to bomb Syria. It seems like as soon as something bad happens, bombs get dropped on Syria. It's been like a running joke for years. It'll just be like, "Yeah, man, I crashed my car." It'll be like, "Damn, reaction, US has to bomb Syria." Jerry Buxton, "Sit back and watch history unfold, whatever it may be. Grab a snack. We have no influence on what may take place with this to do so." Alfred E. Newman, "What? Me? Worry?" Well, we're meant to have influence on this, mate. That's how democratic society is meant to work, is we're meant to influence where the nation goes, but it doesn't seem like that, does it? Thank you, Jerry, as well as thank you, Super Matt, for gifting some memberships, as well as Bukaki again. It's 1 a.m. here, working night shift, getting paid to watch World War III starting live. Cannot get better. Yeah. Thank you, mate. And then as well, Marcelo Fabrizio, another 15 billion to Israel. The war's going to be... If you think that the money has been expensive so far, strap in. What did the Middle East cost us last time? $9 trillion? I think it was something like that. Remember, the THAAD systems are 1.8 billion a hit, like for the whole battery, and it's $13 billion a missile going up. Yeah, we haven't seen the cost. We have not seen cost yet. Strap in for that. Yeah, so it's definitely confirmed Trump's on the way out of DC. As well, Tyler Nichols. I know it's looking more unlikely now, but what do you think the chances are of Israel using a nuke first on that last site if the US keeps saying now a no to the big bunker busters? One thing, I'm not a nuclear expert by any means, but I don't think that they've got much penetrating capability. So even a nuke on that site, it might not do anything. It might actually be better off with the big bunker buster. But it's looking, yeah, as you correctly pointed out, it's looking less likely now. So for those joining the chat, looks like the US is getting wild. Someone in the chat, someone in the Twitter, in the Telegram said, at least do a false flag to get me in the mood. Dissenter said, we nuked them to stop them from getting nukes. How stupid can that be? Damn, I had a coffee. So if you voted for Trump in the chat, let me know how you are feeling right now. Trump says, I don't know what Tucker Carlson's saying. Let him get a television network and say it to the people that listen. Trust me, no television network has anywhere near the viewership of people online like Tucker or Rogan. So, yeah, no. Like, legitimately, you and I have like similar numbers that like some of these like massive channels have. It's ridiculous. Like traditional media channels. It's so much less than you think. Like there was something on like, CNN was like bragging about like 8 million views a month or something. And you're like, for the money you spend, that is nothing. But thank you for the donation. It says, bring back Congress voting for war. Trump loses all my support side in this war. They all seem to push the 7 countries plan as detailed by General Wesley Clark. Yeah, and it's been explained a lot. So we will see. Cold Milk, level 1 Mini Willy. Thank you for becoming a member. Can someone please check on Nick Fuentes and see if he's alive or he's just had a stroke since this news has come out? Curious to see Rogan and Tucker's take. Mate, I tell ya, the ones that rule the media at the moment in America, Rogan, Tucker, who's that other chick? They don't, like, trust me, Rogan is not going to want this, and a lot of his guests, they won't. Nathaniel Matachuk, thank you, brother. Thanks for the stream. Don't you think that this conflict would be an aerial campaign like Serbia and not an occupation like Iraq? It may be an air campaign, but I just don't see how that's going to eliminate the all of the infrastructure. And I think what they're looking for is a regime overthrow, and it's I can't see how it's not going. You can have full success without on the ground. Oh, I could be completely wrong as well, but I think it will begin at an air campaign, and I don't know if it will be successful or not. But a lot of the time, air campaigns don't work like people think. A lot of air campaigns are overestimated in success. Habitual prepping says, I voted for Trump, and I think a lot of you guys are overreactive and ridiculous. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, so to speak. Habitual prepping, to push back on that, I think people are going, well, we're not overreactive. He said that there's going to be less war. He wants to end war. And the Russia-Ukraine war is getting more violent and I actually think further away from peace. And there's about potentially going to be wider war in the Middle East that you will pay for and send your sons into. Right, 15 minutes until the Australian stock market's open, and we'll have a look and see what how they are reacting to this sort of news. Yeah, I don't think the threat of World War III is not a molehill from Andy. Posmo says B61 mod 10 nuke. I think it's the best for bunkers. Not nearly as deep, but earthquake. I am Make America Great Again, but I hate this. Threatens domestic project, useless Israel. So there's a lot of people saying, well, what happened to the whole America First thing? It's about to cost America billions, if not trillions. I'd love to see the operating cost of like an American operation per day. It'd be billions a day. What did I miss? My son had a scout meeting. Well, Trump is basically saying things like this, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He's telling people in Tehran to evacuate immediately, and he's just left the G7 summit in Canada early to attend important matters in the Middle East. So let me have a look, see if anything new. Trump has summoned the National Security Council. I haven't seen that yet, but I'll have a look. Someone says Tesla and Nvidia futures are down. Nvidia's overpriced anyway, in my opinion. Tesla's way overpriced. Like their P&E is fucking insane. A lot of Tesla is just speculation. So this page here, open source intel, they're saying breaking from Fox News, Trump requests National Security Council be prepared in the Situation Room. So that's what we're hearing at least. So let me have a look at that, see if I can find it anywhere. Trump, Fox, Situation Room. I can't find it, but yeah, we will see. It's also confirmed by Bloomberg. Okay. Angel Galagos says, could this be the death throes of a dying empire? Make war everywhere so that no one else can rise. Thoughts? Well, many have said it. A lot of what we're seeing could be throes of a dying empire. Yeah, many have said that you start war to try and hold on to power. Many people. There's many people who believe America is at the end of their empire. I don't know. I don't think I share that opinion, but there's millions of people around the world who think that. Posmo said, no, it's actually the B61 Model 11 after checking. 50 in stock. Those are the nuclear weapons that can collapse bunkers. Look at oil. Look at that. Look at this spike in oil. What are we getting to, boys? What is oil going to? Skirtle, do you think anything will change with Ukraine war? Putin's going to have a massive amount of money due to oil, and Ukraine's going to have far less air defense. And there won't be eyes on the war as much, which we know Ukraine need to keep eyes on the war. Habitual prepping goes, well, to say that peace through strength means you use strength. And when you give a warning, he said they have 60 days to make a decision. On the 61st day, they kick the shit out of them. He says, fuck around, find out. Yeah, but it also needs, you can't just also do things that are only in your interest when you're talking about sovereignty and independence. Everyone loves to talk about sovereignty and independence when it suits us or when it's countries that we like. So, yeah, I get that. And I think America does need to, work somewhat as police-ish, but it still needs to be somewhat open and legitimate too. Lucas, it's not a matter of opinion. USA is losing its grip on the world monopoly. It's a terrible thing to be around. And the thing is, nothing has accelerated movement away from the US and the USD like the actions we have seen take place in the past 18 months. Nothing has sped it up. I think it sped it up a decade or more. Yep, National Security Council in the White House in the Situation Room. Dude, god damn. Who's ready for WW3? Apparently Macron had said, given the objective is to get a ceasefire in the Middle East, Trump's departure is positive. Dude, Macron is legitimately fucking, not only is he dating a fucking old pedo dude, he's got like fucking 10 extra chromosomes. What is he on about? It's not positive. Like, how does no one call out? If Macron, if it was the reversed order with Macron and his husband, if that was reversed, everyone would be like, dude, that is a legitimate ped. Put that in jail. Like, if it was the other way around, like, oh, my school teacher when I was 14, like, fuck him, what? But everyone acts like that South Park episode where it's like, nice. Peter says, US empire is done, will drag us down with them. The thing is, Peter, is at the end of the day, states' first priority is to protect themselves. You could see people jump off the ship. Posmo says F-35-22 can drop B-61 much safer than B-2. Thank you, Pos. Haken, thank you for becoming a Mega Willy member. China, eerily quiet. Well, we'll see. Smash'em DB says, if it's World War III, I'm cooked. I live a quarter mile from the US Capitol building. Mate, you might be in strife. Jose Gomez says, if US nuke Iran, what would be the world reaction effects? They won't nuke it, but it will push people further away from the US than ever, and people have been growing away from the US for an accelerated pace in the last couple of years. I saw the poll, but what's Willie's opinion regarding US strike? I think yes. RJ Scott, thank you for gifting the memberships. I'm in Tasmania and I'm digging a bunker. Trust me, you'll be all right in Tassie. If we see someone say something's not strategically important, that's when we know shit's going down. Medved said Serbia. They shot down an F-117 stealth fighter with an S-125. Soviet tech from the 60s. Iran will do 100 times more damage to NATO than Serbs did in 1999. Maybe. We do know that none of those planes have gone down so far, but we will see. The real damage would be if it gets stuck in a protracted ground war. That would be very costly. How can the Russians trust America if they hit Iran? And the same as the Chinese. That's what I'm getting at, Panko, is people just will move away from America. China, Russia, India, and a lot of other countries. We already see Europe is growing away from America. Yeah, it's chaotic. Look, there's another thing in this that, I think is not likely, but it could be too. Maybe that Trump is leaving into the Situation Room because Tehran has said they want to negotiate. Maybe that's what has occurred. I think that is extremely unlikely, but maybe that's what's happened, is we have to run back to DC because there's willing to make some level of negotiation concession. Maybe that's happening, maybe not. It's launch the missiles away. Tyler James, what are your thoughts on people supporting terror groups like these two? What do you think? Do you think this way of thinking will swing democratic decisions for the American people? Also, much love from Adelaide, mate. Much love back. Yeah, this is the thing, and this is where I hate this cut and dry, black and white style of warfare, is people then go, well, if you don't support that, then you do support this. And you go, no, I can think both as bad. So do I think it will swing democratic decisions? No. I don't think I think a lot of this is minor, but what will be swinging democratic decisions is mass spending and mass American loss too. Especially money, oil, all of that. Right, what have I missed? Bert says, so many suffer in war. My father grew up as a refugee camp in Europe. A curse upon those who initiate war and the horrors they create. And this is the thing, Bert, is those that step into war, if they could see the end of the war, would never step in. New Bob Doyle, as my historical perspective as an American, is that we, the world, are better off with an outer statesman and an inner psycho president. Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, Nixon, Obama. Trump lacks the first part, your view. Better off with an outer statesman and an inner psycho. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, so statesman publicly and behind closed doors psycho. Maybe. I don't know too much. I'm not probably knowledgeable enough on the former presidents to say that. But potentially, we do see like guys like Obama, what he said publicly versus how he's just bombing weddings is very different. Thalen says, in the event of global conflict and China has a go at Australia, how do you rate Tasmania as a hideout, like off-grid in the high country? Yeah, that would be the go. That would be the go, honestly. Because they're not going to bother going after you out there anyway. It's going to take so much resource. Swapper says, grew up in Pucker in the 90s. Remember the talk about Iraq then. Any word in Australia's stance, and have our forces been moving around? No movement on our forces, at least from what I've heard. Our stance, well, Penny Wong, our foreign ministry, and Albo, they're not happy with Israel. I know that much. Peter Bokhan. Well, it'll take Trump 7 or 8 hours to arrive in the White House. Time to have a nice sleep. Maybe the last one too. Yeah, exactly. I do need a bit of a sleep, but I'm all right. I got probably 6 hours last night, so I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. Oh, yeah, guys, remember, if you're in the stream, remember to like the stream too. Most of you, there's still 1,000 more people in here than like. So, yeah, thumbs up. Thank you for the reminder, Tyler. G. Ross says, from Canada, we're all part of the same empire. The USA go down, Australians, Canadians, we go down, hence the support. Yeah, and you don't know what then other states are going to do to then mop up that power vacuum also. Incog Faraday, thank you for becoming a Willy member. Someone saying maybe Iran will do the big ones promise. Yeah, maybe that's why Trump is going to the Situation Room. Maybe then it is gearing up for just a huge attack somewhere. I'm just refreshing some pages, guys, to just have an idea on anything. Can someone tell me, who's more knowledgeable than I, why is this just a straight line across up to here? What is this section of, like, why is there 10 minutes of just sideways trading on this rather than it looking like this on the oil? Day opening. Okay, market closed, day opening. Would you fight for Australia? Yeah, of course. Wouldn't want to. I have no ambition to get it back out in the mud. But if Australia went to war, of course, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be signing back up into a big war. I mean, the market was closed, now it's open. Right. Okay. Now we get an idea. Right. So oil is at $75 a barrel and climbing. Superb, Matt. Thank you for becoming a member, a Mini Willy member. Oop. Mr. Reaper says, do you think America should have taken control over the countries they liberated since World War II? Well, if you're going to say should have America taken control over countries they liberated, well, you'd look at should have then countries that liberated, should then the Soviets still control over those countries in which they liberated as well? And my answer to both is no, but it's crazy. Incog Faraday, thank you for gifting the memberships. People will massively appreciate that. AMK Mapping is now going to bed. I think he might be going a little bit early. Streaming since... I just said to one of the mates, I feel like I haven't stopped streaming since Friday. Right, okay, oil's moving its way back around 74.5. It got to 78 in the day of. Right, let me refresh everything. Someone said Australia stayed neutral. No, we definitely won't. Australia, push come to shove, will always side with the US. I've enjoyed the multi-day stream personally. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. And I do believe that I will actually try and get... I'm not going to set an alarm for tomorrow morning. So I might miss some stuff tomorrow because I'm not going to set an alarm. I'm just going to sleep as long as I need to sleep for. Because I've had so little sleep over the past, 4 or 5 days. What is it, Tuesday since Friday? I've had very little sleep. And I'm heading into chemotherapy next week. So yeah, I'm just going to go to bed tonight at like 9 o'clock and just no alarm and sleep until I need to sleep. Right. I also need to do a Ukraine update. I don't want to get too far behind on what is actually happening there. I've barely looked. I've looked at some maps and whatever, but as far as like, looking and trying to do a deep dive on stuff, I really, really haven't. People are suggesting US is likely to strike Tehran in the next 24 hours. So how long is it from Canada to DC on a plane? Probably, someone said like 6 or 8 hours. The Australian stock markets will be opening right now. American market is down slightly, like the tickers that track the American market on Australia, but otherwise everything else is pretty green. Willie, what have I missed since yesterday? You've missed a lot, but it looks like America is about to enter this war. That's what it looks like, at least. Someone said, is there any bunker busters that can penetrate deep enough? Not on first hit, at least from what I have seen. Blood test, really done it? Yes. Yes, I already got my blood test. I went and got it. Canada, DC, 3 to 4 hours, depending on aircraft. So, okay, so from Western Canada, DC, 3 or 4 hours. Trump will be there in the Situation Room, which he's requested National Security Council to be in the Situation Room when he gets there. So, a lot. So 4,000 Ks, I'll burn us to DC. Right, guys, I am going to go and take a someone says ASX crashing. I haven't seen the ASX the Australian stock market crashing whatsoever. Let me check on my phone. Australian stock market's not crashing. It's barely open, but it's been open 5 minutes. Right, I'm going to put this on, boys. I'm going to leave you on this just for a minute. I've got to go take a piss. I'll be back in a minute. I don't know how streamers can do streams without. Right, I'll see you in a minute. Right, we are back. Did someone say Tucker Carlson's live? Is that right? I haven't seen it. Oh, I can't wait to see how Tucker responds to what Trump said. Right, what is the markets doing? Okay, Australian market is just, there's been no impact really. The slash was good, man. Right, still just refreshing everything on the other pages, guys, to give you an idea of what's happening. Everyone's saying it's the perfect moment to send a message. China is urging its citizens to leave Israel immediately. I don't know how people can get out of Israel at the moment other than some land borders. I don't know if there's any boats or anything leaving. I know the airports are closed. Got here in time for Willie to go AWOL. Iran has informed Middle Eastern countries that it will only consider ending the war with Israel and restarting nuclear talks if Israel stops its bombing campaign, according to diplomats for the Financial Times. So this is something that we did say on the maybe Trump's going to the Situation Room, whatever, is not as hectic as we think. Maybe Iran has signaled that they are ready to talk, and the US is like, right, we need to go straight away. But I say that with a big maybe, guys. Redneck from West Virginia. Thank you, bro. Let me look this up. Let's look at what the Financial Times is saying. Oh, that was 5 hours ago. Apologies. Say people saying breaking. It's not breaking. It was before all that. Someone says Willie looks like a monk today. Time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. Let me look and see if people are going off on Twitter or an X, whatever it is. Tehran is the 12th most populous city in the world. Ben Shapiro posted what Trump said about Tucker. Mass division on the right. Right. Don't worry, I'm still just scrolling, seeing if I can find anything. Israel is resharing all the stuff about what Trump said about Tucker. Yeah. Everyone's saying, yeah, but you've killed the Iranian negotiating team. Yeah, it is true. Trump versus Tucker, who had that on the bingo card? Yeah, well, there's been nothing has been more divisive in the right, in conservative politics and media, than Israel. It's one of those things too. Like, you got to remember, like, Tucker Carlson's a big reason why Trump got into power in the first place. But I also am like, why is a US president on X just tweeting about reporters? Like that's a, you know. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Get ready for the propaganda machines to go in absolute fucking overdrive too. Remember, all these propaganda machines, they're trying to get your attention and they're trying to get your support. So just, you know, keep your head screwed on. We have apparently more tankers, more American tankers heading east. So that makes like over 30 at this point. Everybody uses propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone uses propaganda. I'm just saying to be aware of it. Does Tucker use Twitter? I don't think I follow him. I just want to see. I just want to see what he responds. Like that's. Okay, he does have Twitter. I do follow him. 20 minutes ago, he posted something. No, he hasn't done anything yet. He had a post 20 minutes ago with a former chief strategist, Steve Bannon, but he hasn't responded anything yet to what Trump tweeted about him. Could be a negotiation tactic, cause a mass flee in Tehran to get a deal done. It could be, I guess. Someone says, how dare Tucker not want to start a war? Yeah. I would say, and I know I've said it, is that people say don't start a war with those that buy ink by the barrel in regards to like reporters, and guys like Tucker and Rogan, they have the biggest support. Like their viewership is insane. Right, sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's any further information I can share with you guys. So there is Shiraz in Iran. There is air defense active now. Speedy V with the donation says, if the US joins the war, what happens to Ukraine? Nothing straight away, but it has less eyes, less media coverage there, which is, very, very important for Ukraine. But also it means there's going to be significantly less things like air defense available for Ukraine, as well as Russia's going to have a lot of money because oil prices will skyrocket. That said, also, I had a friend email me before, oh my God, and say, don't discount that it could be the squirrel technique of what's happening with this war in Ukraine. Now, the squirrel technique is the distraction of, oh, look, a squirrel, and you're looking the wrong way and something else happens, is that under what's happening here, then it takes the attention away from what's happening in Ukraine. So the media won't pick up on if American supported operations there, American supported operations have further failures. So if Ukraine has to have some level of like concession or whatever, that the media will barely report on it because, oh, look, a squirrel, and everyone's focused on this. That's what people are saying. How much longer do I think the war in Ukraine will last? I think it's still probably got 12 months, in my opinion. Secure Intelligence, thank you for the donation, brother. Yeah, China's embassy in Israel telling everyone to leave. Just back on, Trump left G7 to return to Washington, escalating. Well, yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it, but we don't know. Maybe it's for negotiation too. Many are saying, we've speculated that maybe he's leaving because an opportunity has popped up for negotiation, but we'll see. Just going to go on Tucker's. Can someone tell me what time it is in America right now? So 7. Okay, so Tucker would have, he's not asleep. Like, he will have seen what is written. We wonder, I want to see what is the tweet back, or maybe there won't be. So this time yesterday is when we did start getting a lot of Iranian missiles into America. Oh my God, into Israel. But what I will say is, if we see like nothing fired from either side for a bit, that could tell us a lot about the potential of negotiations taking place. Tucker's response was the video he posted on X. Oh, it was Tucker's response to that podcast that he posted. Is that right? Someone let me know. Right now is the best chance for Ukraine and Russia to have covert action. The media space is flooded. Yeah, the media space is flooded with another conflict that you could see lots of. Like, think about the strikes that Russia is having against Kiev right now. No one's covering it, man. No one's covering it. It's literally just all of this on the media, which, you know, it may be the time to have escalation or then more covert ops. So Bernie Sanders has apparently said tonight, I introduced legislation to stop Trump from leading us into an illegal war with Iran. Apparently Bernie Sanders has just said that. Lindsey Graham has said Iran played its old game with the wrong man. God bless Israel. God bless the United States. God bless President Trump. I like how he puts Israel before anyone else in that. Lindsey Graham is an evil bastard, man. Like, no matter what side you sit on of the political sector, he's a fucking flog. Mario Lester, any info on those earthquakes and if it was underground nuke testing in Iran yesterday? Thanks again, you're a legend. No, Mario, I haven't seen anything else, man, at all. I think it may have just been an earthquake or some bunker busters, but a nuke would have been larger than that. Right. The Pentagon Pizza Hut, we can see, so there's a Pizza Hut inside of the Pentagon, and this is how you can tell if there's very, very busy time. You can see there's a huge spike in it at the moment. Pizza index for the win. Yeah, exactly. So someone says it's 4 a.m. in Tehran. If the US is going to get involved in the war tonight, it's going to happen within the next hour or so. Otherwise, it will be unlikely until tomorrow night or later this week. Pizza party before the war. Maybe I should break keto so I can enjoy some food before I'm blown up in a war. Someone says air alert. Iran military tweet. On what page? If you get bombed, please stream. It's just like me, like, fuck, my roof's fallen in. It's not the first time. There's been multiple times I have been bombed while live streaming. It's actually crazy. It's actually been multiple times. Do you think there'll be any major developments before Trump arrives back? No. But I think if there's no further strikes, it may be very telling about why he's going. Just refreshing everything to get an idea if there's anything new that's been shared. Okay, breaking is Israel detects missile launch towards Israel. So Iran has launched missiles. Yep, air raid alerts. Here we go. Okay, alerts. Central Israel alerts are active. Whole of Israel alert. IDF identified missiles launched from the territory from Iran. Right. There are alarms sounding. and missiles en route. It'll be interesting to see how many. Remember, Iran did promise massive strikes. In response, we'll see if they've got the capacity to do it. James Brown says no more war. Mate, James, yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more war. Someone wake up AMK. Tim Dillon has the best take on this. What was Tim Dillon's take? He's absolutely hilarious. Tim Dillon is not only hilarious, but he's incredibly intelligent too. I remember, Legends, if you're in the thing, just hit like as well if you're in the chat. That helps a lot. You think Hormuz is closed as soon as US intervenes? They will do everything they can to keep that open. I just have to send a message to Lily to remind me of something. Right, so sirens. The whole of Israel is currently under air alert. So it's looking like this. Ballistic missile launch. Israel doesn't need help launching an offensive. Yes, it does. They don't have weapons to punch through some of these systems. See, how's this? How does Israel have all this information on these secret nuclear facilities, yet completely missed all of October 7? Okay? No one asked that fucking question. And the people asking that question should be Israelis themselves. Yeah, there's curiosity. Yeah, more people should be more curious. Hey, we just ticked over 50,000 views on the stream. Thank you, Legends. That's fun. That's great. And 2231 likes. Remember, we got 4,000 yesterday. I don't know if anyone in this chat knows AMK mapping. I don't, but maybe send him a message and say there's attacks underway. I have no idea about how many missiles it might be. Called him, he's in the mood. Oh, shit. I clicked into a group. Well, we'll do what we can. What are the chances Russia declares full war? No, they won't. China moves on Taiwan. I think that's unlikely too. As soon as the US goes in Iran, I think that they won't need to. Like, what would be the point of Russia declaring war if the US moves in here? They don't need to. They can just continue a grinding attritional war forwards, and it'll become easier for them. Pete Hegseth has said on Fox News, what you are watching in real time is peace through strength in America first. You should watch Netanyahu's interview on Fox News yesterday if you want to hear what he himself has to say about everything. What did he say? You can just give us a quick rundown in here, Jaso. Nice Subaru in your is a Subaru or Ford in your profile picture? Maybe a Ford. Darren says, watch out for Mossad, Willie. Fucking don't get me. As far as I'm seeing, Ukraine's still under air attack as well. Right, well, it shouldn't be long until we start seeing either missile interceptions or strikes. Willie, would you do an interview with David Smith? Yeah, of course. Why not? Just got off work. Congratulations, mate. Why is the US likely to strike Iran? Well, we've spoken about, Israel may need US support to break through some of those bunkers. But at the same time, the US, they're leaning into this peace through strength, and Trump has left the G7 early to fly directly to Washington to convene a National Security Council in the operations room. So it looks like something's going down. There's still multiple multiple Garan drones and multiple missiles in Ukraine's airspace at the moment too. So yeah, very soon those missiles should be entering. Someone says I'm bummed. It's bad for everyone. Yeah, it is bad for everyone, man. Let's have a look. So your missiles are en route at the moment. Canadian Prime Minister Mr. Kahane has said, I fully comprehend why Trump is leaving early. Trump says he needs to return to Washington as soon as he can. This is from this Ausint 613. What I will say is this is very, very pro-Israeli, but they've shared a heap of information too. Like they stay up to date on a lot. So you just look for where there's bias, whatever, but they are sharing a hell of a lot. Israel media, they're saying take cover. Jace, he talked about Iran's enriched uranium. Iran rushed to get more ballistic missiles. Iran plans to give nukes to proxies and more. Who talked about that, Jason? Thank you for the donation. The account is very good. Pro-Israeli, but very accurate. Yeah, this account is very accurate. Shares a lot. Oh, now I can't refresh it. There we go. Jason, no, Netanyahu on Fox talked about it. Thank you, Jason. Right. So Netanyahu on Fox, he spoke about Iran's enriched uranium, ballistic missiles, etc. Yes, okay. Thank you, bro. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to remember that. So I've got a lot going on my end. I went and filled up my petrol tank last night. When I came off the stream, I had a shower because I just felt yuck after working for so long. And then I then bloody went and filled up my petrol tank. Thank God. Okay, apparently things in Tel Aviv are calm. According to this page at least, it was a relatively small barrage, which we have seen that the barrages of missiles that Iran has launched over the past couple of hours have been relatively small. What could mean that a lot of the launches are out of action. Maybe means that you never really know. Right, here we go. My Lebanese friend says Israel gave the green light for US to operate in Iranian airspace. He says it's a joke. Just in, powerful strike has been reported in Parachin. Blast heard in Tehran, 30 kilometers to the northwest. So still waiting on and seeing if there was any. Have you guys watching the live cams and see if there was anything over Tel Aviv? Fucking hell, there's more Russian missiles going towards Ukraine. Russia has had a huge airstrike tonight towards Ukraine. And one thing is, again, that the media is not tracking that at all because everyone's focused on this. Davio's adventures, as a fellow Aussie, it seems like a good time to learn Mandarin. I've been watching you for ages. Good job. Thank you, brother. You never know, it might be. So no reports about any impacts in Israel, okay? Apparently multiple interceptions over Tel Aviv. Yeah, I haven't seen anything suggest impacts. I haven't seen any footage though either of interception or anything. People will be out filming it. Someone asked me, with all the Israeli media restrictions, will people be out filming? And yeah, absolutely they will be. It's 3 a.m. in Tehran, and over 17 million people are being ordered to leave their houses immediately by a post on social media. What a year to be alive in. That is true. Yeah, so the way that millions upon millions of people in Tehran are being told to leave is from a post on truth.com, which no one uses, or on Twitter. Bro, this post from back in late 2024, war with Iran, inevitable either way. Some say 2 hits south of Israel. Just wait, I'll see if there's anything pops up on X. There's claims all missiles were intercepted. Heard that before. So what do we think? Do we think we're going to see a regime change? Okay, so I think people are still in shelters in Israel. I'm not sure. We have another group of missiles heading towards Ukraine. Okay, people can now leave protected areas in Israel. No, I'm not meaning, sorry, I'm not meaning Trump remaining president. I'm meaning in Iran. So people are saying it was less than a dozen missiles in the barrage. It doesn't seem like it was large. James Brown, feels like 1999. I wasn't doing this, of course, in 1999. I was 3 years old, but I imagine it feels very, very similar. As John Williams points out, Iran wins by not losing. That is a big part of this. Marcia said maybe Iran is saving some now that the US is in. I don't know. You never know. Okay, let's end the poll and see what our ending was. We have 4,500 votes on will the US strike Iran. 68% yes, 31% no, over 4,000 votes. So majority heading yes. So 2/3 believe yes. Jack the Rabbit, if you don't stop spamming, you're about to get banned. Right, he's out. I blocked him yesterday for 24 hours, but now he's gone. He must have ticked on 24 hours like right now. Can give me a summary, being out of the loop dealing with in real life stuff. What's happened so far in the conflict? Jesus. Canada, there's a lot. Okay, in short, I guess Israel started bombing Iranian nuclear and military facilities, saying that it doesn't want, claiming that Iran is on the eve, basically, of enriched uranium for weapons grade weapons, and that it had to go now. The US fully supported it, and then Iran has bombed back, and now the US, it is looking like the US will likely enter the conflict at some point. Let me just... Who's calling me? It doesn't matter. I got a phone call, but they'll ring me. I don't have the number in my phone. So I guess that is a massive TLDR. Someone said I just have the Subaru. No. I sold the Subaru probably 3 years ago, actually. Well, he's multitasking as a moderator. Just ban the people you want to ban. I don't really... I don't really ban anyone. I don't really moderate the chat. Health-wise, I'm good. Your lottery ticket one, will you pick up the phone? Muhammad Ismail. Yeah, so is Scott Mann. So we'll get rid of Scott Mann. And the biblical quotes. Why'd I sell it? Money, bro. I sold it for money. I loved my Subaru, man. I really did. But they're a money pit, man. Nice cars are an absolute money pit. So I sold it. Because I bought it for 35 grand or something. It was when I was in the army and I had a bit of money. After like deployment, whatever. So I spent like 35 on it, put a fair bit of money into it, and then I was like, this is so much. So I had to sell it. But I probably made most of the money back on it due to COVID inflation on cars like that. Do you ever do discussions with viewers in voice calls? No, I don't, but I could do that. Money into cars is a rite of passage for army guys. Yeah, absolutely. Army guys, as soon as army guys get home from like a deployment, they buy a nice car. I did that and regretted it a couple of years on. Iranian pages claiming that these smaller strikes are just probing attacks, but I'm not sure. Do you think do you think that the smaller attacks from Iran that we're seeing today, do you think that these are probing assaults, or do you think that it's Iran can't actually get off the amount of missiles that they want? Bit of both. Check Trump's latest poll. Trump has a poll? Really? I don't know, truth.com or something, or... Cars are good like that. I've sunk 30 grand into a $1,000 Honda. My God, dude. On Truth Social, let me have a look. No one actually uses Truth Social. There's no poll on Truth Social. Not that I can see, at least. Several more. Here we go. Several more Air Force KC-135 refueling tankers have departed from airbase in the US heading northeast towards the Atlantic, including several 135, 46, which repositioned last night, bases throughout the northeast. So America sent like 30 tankers into Europe. Maybe America is getting ready, huh? Jesus, huh? Absolutely crazy times. Crazy, crazy times. Reed says, has Iran been using Shaheeds? Yeah, a little bit. Not many of them. I think a lot of the launching platforms have been taken out because there's been very few Shaheeds realistically. I don't understand how defense stocks are down, some of them. Someone says Iran would have launched a lot more if they could. They can get through if they overwhelm defenses. Yeah, I agree. I think they would have launched more if they could, but I think they might be waiting for a bit as well. I think it's a bit of column A, column B. And I think there will be a degree of trying to, like, I think a lot of these Iranian weapons will still be alive, but they probably had the entry and exit points of the bunkers destroyed. Nigel says, can you give us a quick update? Basically, Nigel, the biggest update of today, and thank you for your donation, is that it looks like the US is about to get involved in one way or another, and that Trump has been going off on his Truth Social platform, as I'll show you. Where is it? So with shit like this, Trump has been saying about, like, America first, Iran can have a weapon, make America great again, and that Trump is currently on his way to DC and is convening the National Security Council to meet him at the White House. The hippie conservative, I'm guessing, as Willie, how does Iran guide the missiles they're sending? Mate, I actually don't really know how they guide them. They don't seem awfully accurate. What percentage of battle damage assessment footage is AI generated? Mate, I couldn't tell you, but we know there's definitely a lot of AI generations cruising around. Thing is with AI is at the moment you can get an idea. You can still notice when things are AI generated, where in the future we won't be able to. But yeah, I agree. It's crazy, crazy times. And as well, Creo Mine, thank you for upgrading membership to Average Willy, from a Mini Willy to an Average Willy. How's that? People going NATO air exercise in Finland. America does not need 30 refueling tankers for an air exercise in Finland. The Bigfoot AI reels, yeah, they're awesome. There's a huge missile strike against Kyiv. Yeah, huge missile and drone strike against Kyiv happened overnight. I think it's ended now, I believe, but it was huge. Right, so I'm just posting in my Telegram. Remember, come and join the Telegram chat, guys. Willy OIM Real. I think it's that. Yeah, Willy _IM _real. Come and join the Telegram. We give a lot more updates there and show a lot of footage that we couldn't show. There are more Iran drones currently going into Ukraine at the moment as well from some of the monitoring pages. Valero should get some sleep for a few hours. I think you should go get some sleep, bro. If it wasn't the middle of the day in Australia, I would get some sleep and then reassess once it's nighttime again. Someone did say Trump's overreaction tells me Israel was hit a lot harder than we're being told. What do you think about that? You see the 101 strike on Kyiv? No, I haven't seen that. So, Ozint 613 has said, New York Times says President Trump is weighing whether to join Israel striking Iran's underground four-day nuclear strike target only B-2 bombers with bunker busters can destroy. I told you, people got stuck into me. I said US B-2, B-21 bombers are the only ones that can drop munitions to destroy this, and that Israel launched a war that they can't win. They can't destroy the facilities with what they have. How is that not more spoken about? Bentley Outlaw, thank you for donating memberships. Trump will not sign the joint G7 statement calling for de-escalation between Israel and Iran. Right. So I'm just watching footage of a strike. Ukraine looks like it got hammered overnight by Russian missiles and drones. And everyone ignores it because of this going on. I'm not saying I'm any better. I haven't been keeping up with it. Like, I'm not uploading videos. I'm busy on this. Tucker Carlson on Iran. The question is how prepared US is for a real conflict. We are really unprepared. The reason I'm speaking out is because if we get dragged into this, we could be witnessing the end of the American empire. It could effectively end Trump's presidency. And look, I don't like a lot of people think major war and how crazy everything could get could spell the end of the US dominance. The White House account is emphasizing under Trump, Iran will never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. President Trump has never wavered in his stance that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, a pledge he has made repeatedly, both in office and on the campaign trail. And they give an amount of times that he has said this. So, as you can see, what did I say about the propaganda train absolutely gearing up? It's setting the stage. Justin Connor asks on PayPal, why do we never see battle damage assessment inside Kyiv? It seems like nothing ever leaks, just the occasional civilian target said across with press release of 99% interception rate. Rolls eyes, he says. Now, yeah, because it's banned to have satellite imagery over Ukraine, so you can't get satellite imagery of anything, which is a huge restriction in itself, as well as Ukraine's infamous intelligence services will hunt you down and find and come to your house if you post images like that. We've seen them post videos of them doing it. So, yeah, it's there's very little footage taken after the fact. Lockie M, can the US strike Iran without Congress approval? I don't know, actually. Eden's Mind says, what everyone's forgetting is that we only have cameras on Israeli cities. We have no idea how bad air bases were hit, which is both where Iran and Israel have said the majority were aimed. So that is a good point. That, yeah, all we've got is what's hit Haifa or Tel Aviv. We don't know about any other spots. And many have said maybe America is coming to the table because it was worse than it has looked. Again, we don't know. Thales says, mate, I asked you earlier about living off grid in Tassie. Do you think China would take Tassie as a large carrier staging ground for the mainland? Probably not in the south. I think they'd probably rather stage somewhere in the north. But again, ground operations in Australia is highly, highly unlikely. Like, for instance, Australia militarily is far more powerful overall than Ukraine is, and our GDP is far more powerful as well. And Russia was stalled in a war on a land border into Ukraine. China trying to come across seas to get to Australia, it would be chaos. Ukraine is still under massive drone Barrage, 18 more drones heading towards Odessa. Very serious strikes in Kyiv. There actually is footage coming out in Kyiv. Very large missile and drone strikes. Damn, AMK is asleep. It's now that we need him. Oh, it's cold in my office. Bloody freezing. I've got 2 jumpers on. Right, I'm still scrolling, see if I can find anything. Studio Raina has said the fact the US relies on Ukrainians or Israelis and can't take large military losses is Machiavelli 101 a bad sign. Machiavelli 101 a bad sign. In fact, US can definitely take large military losses if they need. And it's not relying on Ukraine or Israel, but a lot of their policy revolves around it. Get some food, really. Yeah, I bloody wouldn't mind some food. Why does AMK go to sleep right when she hits the fan? Yeah, me too. Justin Connor on the PayPal. Thank you, guys. Is there no Chinese or Russian satellite imagery of Ukraine, or does the Western press ignore it? Were you seeing the footage? Where are you seeing the footage of Russia, Ukraine that you're mentioning? Just on a number of pages. I know, what's his face? Calibrated is sharing some of the footage, so is DD Politics. And Russian and Chinese satellites, they're not releasing any of the imagery of Ukraine. I don't know why. You'd think they would for propaganda purpose. Iron Monkeys, thank you for becoming the top member of Stop It Is Too Big. So yeah, Calibrated, he's sharing a number of strikes that appear to have got through Ukraine's air defense in Kyiv. Why is it so quiet? Morning time. Trump's on the way to Washington. So open source intel saying this. Netanyahu set war goals for Iran. No nukes, no ballistics, no proxies. So what we have again is we've got multiple sides with requirements that the other side will never agree to. If Iran go down, where would China get their oil from? This small country with just very little oil called Russia. Brian's UFC fight predictions and analysis. Welcome to the Average Willie Club, brother. What if they negotiate no nukes for Iran, but the same for Israel? That's what I said on the video before. The video before this all happened, the night before it happened, I said maybe a reasonable position is no nukes for either state. No nukes in the Middle East. I don't know. Israel will never agree to that. China has reduced Russian oil consumption. Yes, but if they can't get from Iran, they're getting it cheap from Iran. So if they can't get it from, Iran, they'll just get it from Russia. Trust me, Russia will sell China any oil they want. Let me see what's going on. I'm considering warming up some of the food I've got. I'm bloody starving. Willie, do you own NBC mask? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I always travel with it too. Can I DoorDash something? Nah, I eat keto, mate. So there's nothing on Uber Eats or DoorDash that I could eat. I can't eat any of that stuff. Just in, okay, apparently. CNN has instructed, Trump has instructed his team to try and arrange a meeting with the Iranians as soon as possible. So I'm guessing there's going to be some level of ultimatum, like if you don't agree to completely our terms, B2 is going to strike these facilities. Isn't this why? It feels fake that this is happening. But Left Coast Overland, I do really appreciate your offer, bro. Triple Whopper from Burger King, just the meat, patties and cheese. I could probably do that, but that's so expensive, man. Honestly, like I could eat Burger King, or we call it Hungry Jack's in Australia. I could just get 3 patties, but it would cost me like $20 plus delivery. It would cost me even more. So I guess, yeah, I could do that, but it's bloody expensive. If you ever got to go to Peter Mac in Melbourne, let me know. For sure, brother. Brian Lynn, thank you on the PayPal. It's Brian. I want to say that an Aussie saying for being positive, the super chat wouldn't work. Stay the same like you have and others haven't. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, stay the same like you have and others haven't. Yeah, I'm trying to just remain me, bro. I don't want to change too much. Something gives me the feeling the Iranians will be hard to reach right now, and the negotiating team has been killed. One Idiot's Journey. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Cheers. Right, I am going to refresh this and I'm going to go warm up my egg cups. Okay, there are strikes happening in Iranian regime areas as, Secretary Marco Rubio is returning to Washington tonight with Trump. and then there are strikes in Iran at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go warm up some of my food, and then I'll be back. So yeah, I'm absolutely starving. Normally I don't eat till like 2 or 3, but I think because I haven't been sleeping much, my body's just like craving more food. Brian Lynn, I'm saying I wanted to hear you say, oh shit. Oh, sorry. Brian said, I'm saying I wanted to hear a saying you have for cancer or a general in Australia that you have to say positive. Brian, I don't really have any sayings to like for positivity at all. I think the only one I can come up with is like, a good day is a good day and a bad day is a good story. Studio Rainer says dual citizenship should be outlawed by every country. It would solve a lot of issues. It's so strange. Australian citizenship can be bought for like $5 million. Yeah, you can buy a citizenship in many states. You can buy it in the US too. Right. It's food time. I'm starving. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. What did we? Wow, we lost like 1,000 viewers in 5 minutes. It's crazy, isn't it? Right, let's have a refresh. See what Ozin is saying. 10 strikes hitting IRGC Iranian army bases in Avaz. Take your top off to bring them back. You made everyone hungry. Yeah, I bet. What are you eating? I'm eating some cut up cheese and my like egg and bacon quiches. The Power of Steam says, always watch Willie for the factual information. Awesome to see you're on keto. Get some rest also. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I will get some rest. Absolutely. I'll rest up a bit more. $10 million people evacuating Tehran right now. Yeah. I know people said that the evacuation order came by a tweet online. And where are 10 million people meant to go? So, yeah, no new attacks. Can someone give me the time that it is currently over Tehran, Israel? Yeah, the sun should be coming up soon. $5 a.m. So we've likely seen maybe the end of tonight's strikes. Zed is lying and says roux meat is rubbish. No, it's not. Kangaroo's fantastic. You just got to cook it right. I said the Nimitz on the way to Hormuz Strait, in the air in that vicinity at least, loaded with fighter jets, suspicious. The intent, the intent is America to flex and potential strikes. Kangaroo meat's fantastic. Kangaroo meat it's edible, but if you overcook it, it sucks. Oh, but it isn't good for keto. Yeah, it's not very fatty. It's very lean. Well, how would you kangaroo taste if you sous vide it? I have no idea, man. Absolutely no clue at all. Probably be pretty good. It's nice meat. It's lean. Right, do we have anything new that we need to report on?
Carl Webster asks, do you think that USA might have intel on Iran preparing a nuke? Potential, man. You never know. That could there's plenty of potentials that could be correct. Like, imagine if the US right now got word that Iran's going to prepare a nuclear weapon, and that's why Trump has rushed to go back to Washington. I think that's unlikely, but there's definitely potential, dude. Someone asked what I cook in. I cook mostly in ghee. A short while ago, IDF identified missiles launching from Iran towards the territory of the State of Israel. So I think there's more. Yeah, there's another rocket attack currently in the direction of Israel. Yeah, there's rocket alerts over Israel. Over Haifa. Looks like Haifa's about to be, well, at least missiles targeted at it. Let's see what's updated. Yeah. Okay, so this is off the Sofar app. So let's see. What we do know is Haifa will have less air defense than Tel Aviv will. As well, Haifa's air defense fired a lot yesterday, like a hell of a lot. So I'll be interested to see if there's any degradation of the air defense there, and we may see further strikes through. So sirens are going northern Israel. Do I think Pakistan will give Iran a nuke? I don't think so. So, yeah, strap in for this. We'll see. It's probably going to be the last missile strikes of the night, given the time. Yeah, so this is a Red Alert app. Sofar app saying the same thing. People saying to take shelter. Probably strikes, bigger wave coming. Right, I wonder if they're targeting the energy plant in Haifa. Wi-Fi missiles at night. And so they can move their launches around. Willie, if Iran had a nuke, do you think they would have used it by now? Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, it would be better off them showing the Americans that they do have it than actually using it. The power in nuclear weapons isn't the bang, it's the deterrence. Victories, it said, my bet is that US delivered bunker rockets and a plane will guide Israeli pilot via the joint operation, but then say they didn't get involved directly. Thing is, Victories, is Israel doesn't have the aircraft to carry bunker busters big enough to do any damage. Oh, not any damage, but bunker busters big enough to get into some of the nuclear facilities. That's the problem. It's not the rocket. If it was just the bomb, the Americans give it, but Israel would need something like B2, B-21. Sorry, I'm sniffly. It's so cold in my office. One Idiot's Journey, thank you for the donation, says, I might be overthinking this, but isn't it weird that Trump keeps saying that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon? Wouldn't it be confirmed? As far as it'd be confirmed that they had one, but what he doesn't want them to gain one. That's what he's saying. That's what they're using for the justification of then these strikes. Thank you, mate. Do I think Australia is silly for turning down the US offer to buy? Yes, I do. Justin Connor on the PayPal. The DD Politics and Calibrated, they're actually on a Telegram, but look for Calibrated with a K. He's sharing a lot of the footage at the moment. There are more Garand drones going towards Ukraine currently. Ukraine's been under massive airstrike. It's not. So it should only be a couple of minutes until we get if Israel has been able to intercept these missiles over Haifa or there's been strikes. Does Willie have a bunker? No, I do not. Right, let's see if there's anything. Ridiculous says, supposedly the B-21 nuclear gravity bomb was modernized under Trump to have a deep bunker busting ability and they can be dropped by F-35 or F-16. Right, I didn't know that. But it's still a nuclear weapon. That's a huge, huge thing. So I don't know, mate. But thank you for your donation. So Indo-Pacific Command has raised force protection condition from FP Con to Alpha, from Alpha to Bravo for all the bases across its area of responsibility. So from measures capable of maintaining indefinitely to sustaining Bravo measures for a prolonged period affect operational capabilities, predictable threat of terrorist activity. Yeah, nothing too much. Sorry, I'm so tired I can barely read. Interceptors are in the air trying to intercept these Iranian missiles. We'll get a better idea soon if they've had any success with the missile strikes. Jerry Buxton said, I need another monitor to support having Willy, Aussie cameras, and X and other video news outlets all at once. Yeah, mate, I've got about 20 different things open at the moment. And I've got my phone going as well. Iranian missile now in Lebanon, apparently. Let me continue having a look, see if anything else is popping up. So IDF has released this here saying that destruction of US, China, UK, Italy, France, Hungary, Belgium, Kazakhstan, etc., etc., etc. Saying everyone, including allies of Iran. So they have in this, they have destruction of, they had Russia in here, I'm sure. They had Saudi, Kazakhstan. They had Canada, Sweden, Germany, Egypt, Poland, Lithuania. There was Russia in there, I'm sure of it. Russia, yeah. If destruction, if we don't stop them, you're next. So saying unless we stop them, your countries are next. The next plan will be you. Okay. As I said, setting the stage. It's setting the stage. James Brown said, go to bed, mate. It's midday in Australia. I wouldn't sleep even if I went to bed. Right, so these pages are saying that I've heard 20 interceptions. So they're saying a large concentrated attack, so big concentrated attack has happened here. So he says, I've heard at least 20 interceptions. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any missile videos getting through the air defense. So Themel 1000, Netanyahu's literally been saying Iran is weeks away from a nuke since the 90s. Are people really that stupid? And as I've said, my entire life, that's all I've ever heard. Candace Owens has said this. That's the name I was trying to think of before. She, of course, has a massive following. Donald Trump just completely fractured his base. You have the very neocons who minted the Never Trump movement. Truly unbelievable. Speaking about Tucker Carlson. And this is what I said. I said that there is a fracture by doing this as well. And these Tucker Carlson sort of figures, they are very, very powerful. So, according to this, there's an exo-atmospheric interception in Jordan skies. Someone said Trump went nuclear on his own base. It does seem like that. So waiting to see, guys, if we have more footage come through. As soon as AMK goes to bed, everything comes through. Just wait. Wait. I'm trying to get you more. So no information on impacts coming from Israeli pages. That said there's no information on impacts yet. So Middle East Spectator said these are cruise missiles again, but a very small number. He claims the army's trying stuff out. Like, so I guess trying, seeing what works or not. No visible impacts yet. We'll see. Okay, Israelis are now permitted to leave hardened facilities. But you got to remember that this is what the Friday night, Saturday night. No, it was Thursday night, was it? Thursday night, Friday, Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, now Tuesday. 5 or 6 nights, people have been kept awake all night running to shelters. It gets very tiring very quickly. James Brown, as soon as you go to bed, everything will happen. You're holding the world together. Yeah, I can just never sleep again or get on a plane. I'm on a plane in 2 weeks. Frank Snake says they might not want to go ham until talks, while talks on the table. Yeah, if Trump is going to have some level of talks, they may not be going nuts. US CENTCOM, Iran planning a large-scale unprecedented attack. That's what Show Intel says. I haven't seen that. It wouldn't be unprecedented. Everyone's expecting it. Right. I'm still monitoring. I haven't seen anything yet, guys, that would say that there was any actual interception. Any actual strikes get through. Right. What are we at? 5 hours and 36 minutes. That's a long stream, boys. Remember, 50 minutes of that I was just at the pathology. Did you see the footage of the cook-off in Kiev? No, I didn't. The cook-off being what exactly? What are you calling a cook-off of the artillery of air defense, or like it's something has been struck and it burning like ammo? I'll have a look. We do know, though, Ukraine has been under major Russian attack overnight. Show intel, thanks. Okay. No worries. I can't find it anywhere, what you said. Right, I'm still looking. I'll try and find that video, the cook-offs. Have you ever considered doing any other content other than news, war, maybe sports or something, not trolling? DS, I don't know what other content I'd do, man. I sort of wish I did other stuff, not war, because it is just stressful and sad. But I wouldn't know what else to actually talk about. I remember, guys, yeah, if you're in here, hit like as well. That helps us out a lot. I'm still trying to find if there's any update. No, I can't find it at the moment. Keto cooking channel. I'd only have one video. Just be like, this is how to cook steak, and that'd be about it. Philosophy. I'm not a philosopher at all by any means. Maybe like motivational recovery. Oh, mate, no, I hate motivational speakers. I just find it real cringe. Gavin, thank you for the donation. Says, based, real hard warrior. Good stuff, Billy. Thank you, brother. Cheers. Appreciate that, man.
Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the UK, just like Ukraine is on behalf
What is Tim Dillon saying?
against Russia. We have to stop it right there. Israel is fighting a proxy war.
Yeah. So one of my friends just messaged me and said, Trump will definitely lose the podcast and comedian base. They're all furious. People are apologizing for convincing them to vote Trump. Yeah. And this is one of the things. You people, I don't think understand how powerful the podcast comedy base is for Trump, and how powerful it was, guys like Rogan, of getting Trump into power, and then what has occurred now, especially with Tucker and then the other guys. Never leave a land. Never leave a land. Here, mate. Been watching you for a while. Good, honest coverage. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the donation. Papa Trump is coming home. Iran is neutered, from the donation of SN941222. Did you go get your blood work done? Yes, I did. Very large strikes have gone into Ukraine. There are full residential buildings that have come down in Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine was under heavy attack overnight. Zach Seeds, it doesn't matter. It's Trump's last term. Well, yeah, it does matter if he wants to get Vance into power after him and go down as a president who did net good. chances Vance wins in 4 years. About half an hour ago, very good. Since then, unlikely, I think. Thelma talks about the conspiracy around Epstein stuff. Thank you for the donation. Now, a lot of people tend to think that. What happened in the last hour? Not much. We're more waiting on what is going to occur in the White House in a few hours' time. Willie, what do you think about things sociologically? That is, do you think we're entering a revolutionary moment? I don't think we're entering a revolutionary moment, but I think democracy is under threat with the idea of the lack of democracy doesn't come by revolution, it's just eroding of ethics and morals and standards, and I think that's more what we're seeing. Someone says I was gone for 90 minutes. You missed a small Iranian attack, but nothing major. Oh God, it's freezing. So we've done well today, boys. 64,000 views. So this is one of those atmospheric interceptions. But remember, these atmospheric interceptions like this is a THAAD that has hit this, most likely. That's a $13 million strike right there, like $13 million bucks. I'm not saying therefore don't do it, but I'm saying it shows the massive cost of war. Put a beanie on. Yeah, I should. That would be the way to do it. Tomorrow I will. My house will warm up through the day, I'm sure. Make those eyelids sweet. No Iran, no problem. No woman, no die. So the decoy Iranian air defense systems hit. Israel hit. Oh, Israel's hit a bunch of decoys. Israel hit a bunch of real ones too. But there's been a bunch of decoys hit. So this was some of the strikes in Kyiv overnight. So it's probably KH-101 that went past. Oh, maybe it's an interception, actually. I thought that was... Oh, yeah, it looks like this may have been intercepted. Oh, I have no idea, actually. There's been a whole bunch of strikes over Kyiv overnight. drones as well as cruise missiles, ballistics as well. Right, I've got something that could be huge. Andy, well, like great coverage, a very balanced take, subbed. Thank you, Andy, mate. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the donation too, and the subscription. Thank you, bro. Now, Middle East Spectator has just put in the chat, in his Telegram chat, preliminary reports: 3 oil tankers have been struck off the Gulf of Oman. Okay, take that with a grain of salt. But 1 minute ago, that 3 oil tankers have been struck and are on fire off the Gulf of Oman. If true, huge. Massive news. Whose oil tankers? I don't know. There's no more information than that at the moment. So wait out on that before we confirm it. But that is what some of the pages are reporting, is oil tankers on fire from Oman. Oman sits to the south of Iran. So it is being said that NASA detects 3 fires in the Gulf of Oman. So, yeah, Middle East Spectator, just off the Gulf of Oman out in the middle of the ocean, that there's 3 major fires burning, and there's some like very blurry photos of something. So wait out on that. We'll see. Calculator quality, yeah, absolutely. Tuxedo says, where's all the videos from Israel? It looks like all of them were intercepted, but also Israel has put a massive lockdown on any footage, man. So if you're hoping for footage, you're likely not going to get it. Who owns the tankers? I don't know. How will this war affect Kanye West's legacy? I think a lot of people are swinging around to Kanye West's maybe newest song. I think maybe I've seen a lot of people adding that song to like videos at the moment. It's wild. Thought on Ryan Macbeth would do a video with him. I'd do a video with him. Why not? I had a quick interview with Ryan Macbeth way back in the day, back in like 2022. Right, I can't see anything about this Gulf of Oman thing through many other pages. Middle East Spectator says, if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, it's showtime. Yeah, but it's also showtime that would be America striking stuff too. So this is what it is. Reports say 3 ships are on fire in the Gulf of Oman. So that's major, if that's true. Fake? I don't know. Some people saying fake. We'll see. NASA stuff says there's 3. Remember, guys, if we've had a lot of super chats today, but if you want to do the best way for me, PayPal is by far the best, because YouTube take a huge cut of all of these. And if you send $5, I don't want YouTube taking 3. Helps neither you or I. Lee, no worries at all, mate. Someone said the oil tankers were promised 2,000 years ago. More drones heading towards Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine got really hammered by drones overnight. Let's wait and see if there's any more information, guys, on this. Yeah, so this is, reports 3 ships on fire, Gulf of Oman. Shit, I don't know how to look up NASA heat map. Can we do this? Firms? Yeah, here we go. So, shit. So this is Iran. This is Oman over here. Where are we looking? I don't know where we're looking yet. This. Is that what we're looking for? So this is the Strait of Hormuz right here. This is the strait. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, guys, by the way. And zoom out. Yes, it's hard because it breaks it down. So this is Iran. Obviously, there's fires over the top. And it's this hot section out here. Yeah, these 3. Is that 3? Maybe it'll load. That's the dots people are worried about. So right near the Strait of Hormuz, I can't measure the distance. But yeah, like these will be oil fields or something like that are just with the cook-off. But it's this the people are really worried about. Remember, I believe it's this island here that's one of the largest oil fields in Iran. Or maybe it's this over here. But yeah, that's what we're talking about is Oman. So we're talking about is off the coast of Oman, but between Iran and Oman. So again, I have no idea, but many people are reporting it. I don't know. But if that choke point gets taken out, be prepared. Any idea if it had anything to do with the electronic warfare interference earlier in the Strait? No clue at all. So this is what I was talking about. Go there to see love. So people saying it's just marine traffic. Yeah, but this is at least what people are presenting. Is there looks like there's fire and something out here, but again, we don't know. But we do know that's an area of the world to keep an eye on. So apparently some of the NASA is older. Again, we will see. So it's worth having a look at. We're seeing what'll happen from here. Prices got to surge. Yeah, prices. Oil's $73, almost $74 a barrel. So I still think we have a lot of run on these oil prices over the next couple of weeks. We'll keep an eye on these oil prices, of course, if Trump says that they're going in. Okay, more missiles going towards Ukraine. So DD Politics saying that there are B-1 Lancers airborne. So Zach Speed says, goes to show there's no real sovereignty in a multipolar world without energy independence. Europe, parts of Africa, Asia are very vulnerable. And that is one of the things we have spoken about is if you're very, very reliant on other states, their sovereignty is it can absolutely be impacted. Let's see what DD Politics has said. We have almost the same amount of likes as viewers, almost within 10. So if you haven't liked the video, guys, remember to like the video. That helps me out a lot. Is it DD Politics? Yeah, DD Geopolitics. Poya, who I believe is probably our only female in the entire... Maybe you just have long hair. I'm looking at a tiny photo. You a dude or chick? Sorry, now I've taken the piss out of you. But I'm looking at a tiny little photo and it looks like you've got long hair. Anyway, Poya, Willie, you've been doing great watching you since the Ukraine war started. Praying for your health and wealth. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. You've helped my wealth with your donation. Oil prices are moving from never leave a land. Oil prices moving. Let's have a squeeze. A little bit, not too much. So, again, this can just be movement, though. Like, if this DD Politics talking about a B-1 bone moving, or bone moving, B-1. Again, still strategic bomber. We will see. Lisa says, I'm a girl. Lisa, I don't believe you. There's no girls in this chat. It's boys only. Boys pick as a dude. Sorry, I've been trying to zoom in on my eyes and I've got very tired eyes. Now I've smoked someone. I apologize. Well, oil prices have taken a bit of a jump. Kyiv getting hit by cruise missiles. Yeah, there was a lot of Russian missiles and drones into Kyiv overnight. Absolutely. More UAVs, more drones over Ukraine now. It's very, very large drone attack. There must have been hundreds of drones fired over Ukraine tonight or last night. Well, oil is trending up. Guys, we're 127 likes away from 3,000 likes. So if you haven't liked the video, guys, jump in. B1B is hell cool. Oh, the B1 is cool. So is the Tu-160, which are very, very similar aircraft. They are fucking awesome. They look great. Have you ever read the book Ethical Oil? No, I haven't, but it sounds like something I'd be very, very interested in. I'm guessing there's no such thing as ethical oil. There are more missiles on Ukraine. People saying it could be oil rig flare-offs too. James Brown says, no sleep for you, Willie. Heavy says, is the T-Man about to invade Iran? No, they're not. They might go the other way. Lindsey Graham has said that regime change is imminent. This will tell us more about if there's anything on fire there than anything else will be oil price. The oil traders, like the oil giants, will start offloading and buying and whatever. They're going to have more information than us. I'm just refreshing some stuff, guys, seeing if we've got anything new. No, nothing. Nothing more if there's any ships on fire. Someone asked how do 3,000 people comment this much. We only have we have 38 chats a minute, and 3,000, that's 10%. Or 1%. 1%. Chat is pretty calm. Yeah, the chat's pretty calm at the moment. Sometimes the chat here gets wild, but other times it's pretty good. It's midday in Australia. Don't tell me to go to sleep. I can't go to sleep anyway at this time. Any advice to the lads in the forces right now? Stay fit. You might be about to go to war. Brush up on your CBRN training. Tuxedo mask, I can get wild. Okay. Sure. Willie's finding excuses for his extreme streaming addiction. I don't have a streaming addiction. I like doing it. It's fun. I actually don't mind streaming at all. I'll happily stream. Sturmy says, I'll see you in the trenches if she hits the fan. Debbie says, I went back a day on the NASA heat map. It wasn't there, but now it is. Oh my God, I'm getting tired. Damn. Zara said, teach us some Aussie slang to calm us down. Aussie slang. Oh, shit. I can't even think of any, man. People calling each other's galahs. Shooting tankers seems desperate and insane. Well, it skyrockets oil price. Benny K says, World War III better not start on my dog's birthday. Time for coffee. Yeah, it might be time for coffee. 3 missiles towards Kyiv again. There's fucking so many Russian missiles tonight. Willie, I live near a USAF base that houses B1s. More activity than usual this morning. Thanks, mate. How are you tracking the Russian missiles? There's a few like monitor pages that monitor them. One is just called war_monitor, and they track a lot of the Russian missiles and drones. Can someone please tell me where 10 million Iranians are supposed to go? It could be more than 10 million, mate. It could be up to like 16, 17 million, but I have no idea. People have been asking for what's happened over the last 3 hours. Not really that much considering. Mainly just about Trump leaving the G7 early to go to Washington immediately and convening with people from the National Security Council, but I'm not sure if you were here for that. Maybe you were. Any news on the oil tankers reportedly struck in Strait of Hormuz? No, none at the moment. But we are seeing, since we started talking about that, we are seeing that the oil is rising. Nothing insane, but we have seen oil rising price. We're now at $74.60. So over the week, this is what we're looking at. This, of course, was the day it started. Alexander said, I feel like Trump is now trapped. He either pisses off his whole base or he screws up foreign policy for good since Ukraine can't... oh, God, I can't read. Sorry, Alexander. I feel like Trump is trapped. He either pisses off his whole base or he screws up foreign policy for good since Israel can't finish the job. He's in a rock and a hard place Alexander, and something you and I have spoken of. So yeah, it's very difficult. Let me have a quick look and see if there's any changes or updates to those tankers. How long till Trump arrives at DC? It'll still be a few hours, I'd imagine. No, nothing else being reported about potential fires in the Gulf of Oman. I'll keep scrolling, see if there's anything else. Apparently, Trump wants J.D. Vance and Witkoff to meet Iranian officials next week. Well, most of them are dead. Have you ever been to an Outback Steakhouse? No, I actually haven't been. Go to sleep, Willie. Everything will start getting hit once you go to bed. Yeah, literally. But it's midday, guys. You need to remember, Australia, midday. Have you seen the footage of Israel rocking out the Iranian F-14s? I know. Poor F-14s, bro. Channeling Darkness, thank you for the super chat, brother. Willie actually has his camera upside down right now. Yeah, exactly. Legends, we're 3 likes away from 3,000. Surely we can reach that. Focus, thank you for the donation. Is Vegemite delicious? Yeah, I love Vegemite, but you can only have tiny bits of it. Does this not smell like false flag with the timing? Mate, it doesn't feel like false flag because it seems like the US has gone ahead without needing one. Here we go. Here we go. Ainbury, a global maritime risk management company, states they are aware of an incident off the Gulf of Oman. Apparently so. Oh, 3,000 hit. Thank you, guys. Well, we bumped up another 160 likes in a second. Thank you. So I'm going to look up this Ainbury Global Maritime Management. Offshore capability, careers. Marine platform. They haven't had any posts since 2022. I'll have a look. I'll see if there is anything. Just checked Ainbury. It's true. Maritime events, maritime risks. Right. How do I look? Risk warning sighting. Risk dashboard. Maritime events. How do I look at it? Risk analytics. Global operations. P1 alert threat. I can't find it on there. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there is. Oil has then dropped again. Tuxedo says, what makes it so extremist? Environments, bro. So yeah, if you guys see anything else in the about those ships, please let me know. So UK Maritime Agency, we're aware of an incident. Dude, I think I'm too tired to do. I was going to do the stream and then do a video for tonight, catching up on everything, but Jesus, I don't know if I can do that. Just trying to see if there's anything else. D-Man countdown to looking glass like an 1984 movie predicted nuclear war from Strait of Hormuz. Really? Looking to glass? Okay. Well, you never know, mate. It is a choke point. So, who's ready for oil? Oh, sorry, I don't know what I just did. Price of oil by Thursday next week, mate. We predicted the other day 85. What time is it there in Australia? It is midday, exactly. Some people are saying we'll get to triple digits on oil. There's no evidence of any down to F-35. Tanker, we don't know if a tanker's been hit or not. Troy Sweeney, thank you, mate, for the dono as well. Someone's saying 100 at least. Yeah, more people are talking about these fires. But again, wait, we'll see. Has Iran shattered the myth of Israeli invincibility? I don't know if there's ever a myth of that, but not really. Realistically, there hasn't been that many strikes and effect on target. Chance diggers, being Australian soldiers, any chance diggers will see action after this takes off? I don't know. I'd be surprised if we actually see boots on the ground somewhere. But you never know either. Thank you, Jackson, mate. Well, we're rising up, $74.50 a barrel. Well, boys, I think it might be coffee time for me, to be honest. I've only had one coffee today. Realistically, that isn't much for what we're doing. Oh, tired. We're going to do what Willie wants to do. Exactly. No, it's pretty quiet at the moment, all things considering. But I am keen to know what the hell's going on with these ships. Notification if I got nothing important at least. Official Rivera. Trump left G7 early in a rush. Absolutely. He's on his way to DC now. He'd probably be about halfway there. Trump did a runner. No, he's not doing a runner. He's running to DC. Just monitor the situation at the moment. Willie got a lot of money caught up in oil stocks. I have no money in any oil stocks. Okay, no recent updates. Oil's not moving that quick. Play some happy music or something next intermission. Yeah, exactly. Multiple airstrikes in northeastern Tehran have just taken place. If there was a false flag on a US ship, how likely do you think the American people would fall for it? Not anymore. No, like America doesn't need to have a false flag anymore with what Trump has said and come out with. There's no need for it. But to convince the population, I still don't think it'll happen. Flight time from Calgary to Washington is 4 hours and 27 minutes. Do we know how long ago we left? Right, looks like the air raid over Ukraine has stopped. Right, what do we think? Is it coffee time for me, guys? Because I'll be bloody tired. Right, I said it was coffee time a while back, but I think it definitely is now. I actually have, okay, I'm going to do a vote I'm going to do a quick poll in the group, in our thing. Oh. I can't, my microphone's in the way of like where I type. Oh shit, wrong one. Oh shit, how do I close that? Start Q&A, exit Q&A, I want a poll. Start a poll. Right, you're about to decide something for me. We'll give it 5 minutes.
eyes are wrecked. Right, if there's anything else specific you want me to look at, as I always say, let me know. Shit, I'm feeling I might actually like go out for a coffee this afternoon, get out of the house for a bit. And I said that I put it in my Telegram group. If you're not in part of the Telegram, you should come and join. I did put like, guys, I know the world's going to shit at the moment, but just maybe get out of the house, go for a walk or go get a coffee or something. It can do you a hell of a lot of good. Your light is very bright in your eyes. Yeah, it is bright. That's just a lot of my bad camera though too. It's because it's the same light I use for my big camera, which works significantly better. Right. Let's end the poll and we have our results. We have, okay, it looks like I'm going for black coffee. Right. Let's go and get some black coffee. Remember, when I'm gone, guys, I am coming back. So you don't need to leave straight away. As well, what was I going to say? Feel free to pump the chat as we're gone as well. Right. I'll be back in a minute.
Right. I'm back. I thought while I was down there, I have used somehow in the past couple of days, I've used every single mug that I've had for drinking the amount of coffee that I have. I have a parcel arriving soon. So I had to wash a mug, and then I was like, I'll load all the dishes in the dishwasher while I'm here. My house that I moved into, I don't know, 6 months ago, has a dishwasher. It's the first ever house I've had with a dishwasher, and it is the single greatest thing I've ever owned. So I have my coffee. Gentlemen, if you're having a coffee wherever you are in the world, or a drink at the moment, thank you very much. You're welcome. Cheers. Right. Has much been happening? Let's have a scroll and have a look. 3 tankers reportedly on fire at anchorage near this area off the coast of UAE. Someone said they're drinking international roast. Mate, come on. Go get some proper coffee. Get a coffee machine. Right, that guy's gone to... All these other guys doing reporting have all gone to sleep. Right. So this guy says, not sure if this is what they're referring to, but off the coast of Corfacan, the Liberian flag tanker Front Eagle is transmitting via AAS navigation signal of not under command. What does not under command mean? There's an emergency or something? The ship Adelin is one of those that could be on fire. What's the oil doing? No, oil's down. Use NASA fire map and ship tracker. They line up the tops. Strap in. That would be just fucking chaos, man. Okay, not on command a ship due to exceptional circumstances cannot maneuver is required by maritime regulations, unable to safely navigate. Okay, so there's something wrong. Yeah, near the Strait of Hormuz. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Where the fuck is that? If you're referring to the Strait of Hormuz, it's just... Oh, wrong scene. It's just here. So you've got Oman, UAE, of course Iran up here, and then this is Strait of Hormuz, and this is that Fajaraya, I think, however it's pronounced. It's off the coast of here. There appears to be something. Of course, these are oil giants in here. Dakota says, I remember getting a microwave after living in my first apartment. I was super happy not having to heat food up in the oven. Life changer. Yeah, mate. It's like that when you get your own place and you're like, oh my God, things actually work. Like I never lived in a house ever with a dishwasher, and I've been just like blown away. It actually works really well. I didn't think it would work that well. Right, I want to ask ChatGPT a question. If the Strait of Hormuz, I'll write be critical. Be critical and accurate. Critical and accurate. If the Strait of Hormuz closed for a week? For a week? Yeah, let's do that. What price may oil per barrel rise to? Okay, we're going to find out. We'll ask ChatGPT and see what it thinks. Okay, so key facts. 20% of global oil, 17 to 18 million barrels per day, flow through the Strait of Hormuz. The main exporters affected will be Saudi, Iran, the UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, and Qatar. Most vulnerable countries is China, Japan, India, and Europe. Okay? So it says baseline, it's taking it around $80. Okay, let's call that baseline. It says day 1 and 2 as the shock. It'll go to 100 to 115. Midweek realization, no tankers. It'll go to 120 to 135. End of week, assuming reopening expected, 110 to 125. So yeah, low $100. I'm going to ask if traders closure could last more than a week, it could be 150 to 180 a barrel. Key factors: US naval assets, Saudi east-west pipeline to bypass the strait, but it's only 5 million barrels a day. Strategic petroleum reserves, US, China. If it's strictly 1 week, Brent could go 120 to 130 bucks. How about, let's just go, how about a month? So it's saying week 1 to be 120, week 2, 140, week 3 and 4, it could be up to $200. 1973 oil crisis, oil rose 300% in months. So again, we don't know. This is just very, very basic stuff. But we're talking about that if the Strait of Hormuz closed for an extended period, that $200 to $250 a barrel could be realistic. What would be huge. Because it's down to everything then. Like, you know, the truck that brings you the food to the grocery shop costs more money. You know, food then is going to cost more money. A tractor that a farmer uses is more expensive to drive around and grow food. Carolyn says, explain this to me in girl math. Oil go bang, price go up. No, imagine if you're trying to buy clothes from a store, but they start making less of that of that item, it's going to then be worth more money per one. Think pink tax. I said, oh no, that's what I said. I said it's close to the channel. We know that. But we have been talking about the ability for strikes in that channel. Okay. According to Axios, the White House is discussing with Iran the possibility of a meeting between Witkoff and their Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, with discussions to include diplomatic initiative involving nuclear deal, an end to the war between Israel and Iran. The meeting has not yet been finalised, but officials have described it as make or break moment for the question of whether the US will join the war against Iran, with negotiators likely to use bunker busters needed to destroy Iran's underground uranium enrichment facility at Fordow, which the US has and Israel does not, as a key point of leverage over Iran. So what the US is basically going to do is they're just going to say, work to us to all of our demands, or we're going to bomb your nuclear facilities. That's it. Some people are saying it was a collision in the off the coast of Oman because of GPS spoofing, and Israel has been blocking GPS everywhere too. People saying to buy EVs, bro. EVs are a fucking waste of money. Like honestly, my car cost me $17,000. A new EV, that's Australian dollars, so call it 11,000 US dollars. A new EV is like $80,000 minimum. I could get like decades worth of fuel and maintenance on my car for just the buy-in price of an EV. Simply Sorry says, enjoy your coffee. Thank you, Simply Sorry. I'm now refilling my coffee with some more boiling water. Spilt some of it. Just to thin it out a little bit and keep going. Billy Elliott says, Ryan Macbeth said Ukraine would beat Russia with javelins. When I pointed out this was silly, he blocked me. Okay. Well, in a collision involving 3 ships. Well, you never know. Stack up in the strait. Literally, if you want to do best by the environment, just buy a Land Cruiser and keep it for 40 years. If I have to run off, I am expecting another parcel at the door. It's not my parcel, it's Lily. My partner and I are going to the US in 2 weeks, and Lily's buying all sorts of clothes online and shit. So it's just me at home getting everything delivered. Thank you, Kyle Milton, on the PayPal. Brother, I really, really appreciate that. He goes, do you think with this outcome, with this conflict, the world will ditch uranium reactors in power plants and adopt for thorium fuel cells? Kyle, mate, I'm not sure, but I do hope the world doesn't ditch uranium nuclear reactors, because, I don't know, I'm no science bloody buff, but it does seem like the most efficient sort of fuel. Willie, any updates to your health? No, but I start chemotherapy next week. Make sure you pack short sleeves, hot everywhere. Okay, I'm going up to Nebraska. I'm not sure what the weather will be like up there. I have no clue. Toyota, so I would buy a Toyota, but I don't have that sort of money. It's crazy how expensive Toyotas are. Love it though. Oh. Nebraska will be hot and humid. Ugh. Okay, maybe I should have bought some new clothes. Oh, boys, it is weird we hang out, few thousand of us all day, every day, hey? Yeah, Sour Gummy said, have you had chemo before? Yes, I've done many, many rounds of chemo. I should. Yeah, I wish. What else could I? What would you guys be interested in showing on me streaming? Other than my usual when events like this happen. But events like this are once in a, well, currently it's once a year, but normally it's once a decade. DS, thank you for gifting memberships. And Jacob, you cunt, got it. Same 2,000 autistic people here every day. Yeah, legit. Same 2,000 people helping me pay my rent weekly. Thank you. Alex says, I love you, Willie, Canadian Army vet, to an Aussie one. Crown doesn't care about us equally. Yeah, mate, the Crown doesn't give a shit about us Aussies or Canadians, but I hope you're doing well, brother. The old Canadians with the Geneva checklist, the Geneva suggestion. DS says, do you prefer PayPal or gift memberships? Appreciate your content and streams. Look, DS, you don't have to give me anything, mate, but if you want to, PayPal is best because YouTube take a cut on here. Ship fire possibly caused by collision. Oh, okay. I've used the rest of my water. Just get OF and stream your feet. Willie, we just enjoy your personality. You could stream Pokemon Go, and I'm sure lots of us would watch. Maybe one day. We'll see. One of my best friends is a massive streamer. One of my best mates, you might know him, Pestilly. He streams... It's not Call of Duty. What's it called? It's like a survival game. I think it's Russian made. Oh my God, what's it called? Pestilly the streamer. Tarkov, that's it. He streams Tarkov. Pestilly's one of my closest mates. Thank you, General John Monash. Thank you for joining Mini Willie. Appreciate that. Pestilly and I, Cooper says Pestilly's a legend. That's crazy. Bro, Pestilly and I were in the same squad in the army. Not even company. We were in the same squad of 4 men. So 4 dudes, and me and Pest were 2 of the dudes in it. We're really close. Me and him had lunch last week. I was actually meant to go and help him over the weekend, but I didn't. He's like, can you come help me lift a bench? And I'm like, yeah, I'm on the way. And then this started. I'm like, sorry, not coming. But yeah, he's a great guy. Next time you guys are watching Pestilly, be like, get Willie on the stream. I've been telling him he needs to get me on the Tarkov stream because I don't play any games. He was the mate you ditched to stream. Yes, it was Pestilly was the guy I ditched. But I text him and he was like, trust me, I fully understand how live streaming goes. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Yeah, next time he's streaming, be like, just be like, you need to get Willie on. I've been telling him because I have no idea about playing games. I'm useless. I mean, you got to get me on as a first-time player. You watched Bozo said I've watched him for years. Mate, me and Pestilly have a podcast on my channel. If you look up Willie at Pestilly, there's a podcast from years back. We had a Willie Tarkov stream. Yeah, maybe one day. I've been watching you for 3 years. No clue you and Pest were friends. Yeah, dude. No, me and Pestilly didn't deploy together. You've got a gaming chair. Yeah, I know. I feel like a dork. Right, let's see. Let's see if there's anything else. People sharing old footage. Maddie says, thank you for the donation, says, maybe you could do a video going to an Australian military museum and explain things. What about a PR tour of your old base and the equipment you used? Definitely can't do a PR tour of my old base. One, my unit doesn't actually exist anymore. Sadly, rest in peace, 7RAR. The unit I served with just doesn't exist anymore. You can't video on any of those bases, especially around where I worked. And as far as going to a military museum, dude, my history knowledge about the Australian military is shocking. I just did what I needed to do for my job, but as far as my history there, no good. So this is what many are saying now, is it seems like these ships have actually collided. You got to remember, these ships are pretty small. It'd be easy to hit another ship with. Oh my God. I read 900 ships lost GPS due to the conflict. That would not surprise me at all. All of northern Israel has no GPS. It all changes your location to the Lebanon International Airport. Chaz said, I remember your video about retirement from the unit. Mine was about the same time. Fuck, Chaz. Yeah, man. Where did you serve, Chaz? Aussie Defender just updated that too. Let's have a look. Just wait a sec. I'm going to post in the Telegram. Nick Seigakal says Pest loves his Willie. Willie loves his Pest. Thank you, boys. Ridiculous says the Flying Cook Islands is a shady flag used by shadow fleets. Maybe they were doing ship-to-ship oil transfer and fucked it up somehow. I don't know, Ridiculous. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what they were doing and how those ships are on fire. Who needs submarines when Australia has emus and kangaroos? Yeah, and a bunch of like boys that grew up in the outback that are just grain-fed 6'4" and room temperature IQs. Okay, so this is what most people are saying, is it may have been caused by collision. So oil, well, it had a peak and then came back down. I'm not an oil buff. What does oil typically move in a day? Like, is 1 or 2% normal? Like, I have no idea. I don't watch oil prices ever. I just watch stocks. Agent Rusky, oh no, sorry. Dylan says, yeah, love the stream. Do you have Venmo? No, I don't have Venmo. I don't think Venmo is available in Australia. But if you want, there's the buy me a coffee thing as well, if you'd like, but you don't need to. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting tired, boys. I'm such a pussy now of doing like 7 hours of streaming and just being like dead to the world. Imagine if like I was back in the army. Oil moves about 20 cents a day. With big news, OPEC production rate changes, we could see 1 to 5%. Okay, so these are major swings then. Are there any cannibals that live in Central Australia from Maddie? No, man. Right, what I want to do too, let's have a quick look at the I just want to quickly look at the Ukraine maps and see if anything has changed. I haven't looked at Deep State at all. Okay, so back on this one. What has changed? Not a great deal. We're looking for red check. Will be any Russian movement. So, yeah, Yamblanivkia. We know this area has been under Russian control for some time. I don't believe that's a recent update, although this map is showing it as of today. These two areas, this is still the most dangerous areas, is around here. Now, this doesn't exist. There's not an island of troops out here. This will be connected. Kupiansk, there's a real issue of getting cut off in here, as well as this fatal funnel that's been developed between the Oskil and Terney. That's a big issue. As well as if we move our way further down, okay, here we see the red check. To the south of Miralilbivkia, this area's been under control for some time. This map, in some areas, this map is 6 months behind. I'm dead serious. Like, there was a geolocation of Russian forces in here weeks ago, but developing the eastern flank of Pokrovsk, as you can see. So the biggest danger is you can see where these envelopments are occurring. So you've got then the Pokrovsk envelopment, the Toretsk development, the Seversk, then the Terney, and then the Kupiansk as well. And this is very dangerous of what's happening. Now this, you'll say this envelopment, I think this is likely connected. Movement into then Zaporizhia town, but very close to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and then filling out around Komar, Fedorivkia. Again, this, in my opinion, this would all just be, it's all going to be filled in between here, like Vasily through Komar. I think all of that is as one, and likely, Udradne, Bahata, these are under control. Like, yeah. And that's about it. But we do know this is behind. Let's see what Ozin is saying. Nothing new on that. Let me just have a scroll of all the channels and see, guys, if there's anything. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about here. Have a look at this. So this is from Open Source Intel, who has been very reliable through this conflict. Electronic interference intensified Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf, blah, blah, blah. So you can see this area right here, and exactly the spot where these ships impacted was here. So 17 hours ago, there's a lot of electronic interference, and then we see this right in that sector. So wouldn't be surprised if they've collided due to that. Niraj just says, yeah, Trump wanting Vance and Witkoff to meet Iranian officials. Yeah, we saw that. And there'll definitely be some sort of like ultimatum given, I believe. And the ultimatum is going to be that we will drop bombs unless you work with us, and that will be it. So, look, guys, there's not going to be a Ukraine update today. I apologize. I know second day in a row we're not going to have an update on Ukraine, but I will absolutely endeavor to do an update on Ukraine. And what I'll do is I'll put together like a huge update. It might be like an hour-long update, and I'll cover everything from the past couple of days, okay? Apologies again. I did consider logging off and trying to work into an update, but I just don't have time now. Like, you've got to remember, I need a full 8 hours minimum to do an update, from starting the research through to putting it together, filming, editing, uploading, posting, whatever. I just don't have time. Oh, and I've got to do my emails tonight. I absolutely forgot about that. Remind me when I log off, whenever I log off, just go make sure you check your emails. 8 hours is an absolute minimum, but that's 8 hours. I know it's a work day normally, but that's 8 hours like of actual work, like not taking breaks or whatever. But a lot of my videos take a lot longer than that to put together. Not including, sorry. So it's 8 hours of actual work, and there's probably half an hour of upload time and 20 minutes of rendering time and whatever else that just adds on that, and taking a little bit of time off for lunch or whatever. Many channels will stream the research and edit into a video. Might be good for you. Potentially, yeah, I might do that. What part takes so long? It depends, because I don't know exactly what the video is going to be about for the day. So it will just be like, what am I actually going to speak about today? Say it's going to be whatever, speaking on conscription. And then it takes me a long time putting that all together. Because it's not just news. Like, it's actually trying to make something and comment and add to it. Right. Is there something particularly going on at the moment? It's pretty quiet at the moment. Remember, through the daytime is reasonably quiet always. Okay, crude oil's back down to where it was before. Right. 7 hours waiting through the bullshit. Oh, yeah, mate, that is Descent to Net, yeah. A lot of it is just wading through bullshit and confirming things and talking to guys who, you know, give me perspective or information as well. Remember I asked about electric interference 18 hours ago? Look at the map. This could be the reason for the crash. Yeah, mate, it absolutely could be the reason for that impact we saw of the vessels was electronic interference. Right. Oh, new super chat. Thank you, Nigel. First super chat for a while, brother. Nigel Travis says, does Iran's doctrine of resistance reflect virtue, ethic, ideal of courage, or vice of reckless pride? Neither, mate. It's more just ideology and as well as the environment that has been created there too. But as far as in doctrine, it's not really doctrine per se. It's more what's the word I'm looking for? Doctrine would be more like it's written down of that, but it's just how it evolves. So thank you, Nigel, bro. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Chris Kyle, for the donation as well, brother. Cheers. Appreciate that, man. Ship's on fire because of incompetence. Well, I'm not a captain. I don't know how difficult it would be in those big ships without GPS in the night. I'm guessing if you see something, it doesn't turn very quickly. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, I've got to look at something. Oh, PayPal. Steven Stringham says, sorry, I'm a C. Joined late. Did something happen in Kyiv? Hey, Stephen, thanks for the PayPal. Basically, Kyiv last night got really hammered by drones and missiles, and there's lots of strikes and didn't look like that much air defense activity, which is not surprising given Russia has been hammering Ukraine with aerial targets or aerial attacks, drones, missiles. And we presume that the air defense in Ukraine is pretty limited at the moment. Yeah, Ryan Fitzsimmons, he talks about the raising level of bases in the Indo-Pacific. Mate, I tell you, Indo-Pacific, it could be a chance for things to go pop right now. Davo's Adventure Defense Department confirms movement of 31 tankers after providing options to Trump. B-52s and B-2s on the move as well. Davio, thank you for the super chat, brother. Is there anywhere I can confirm that? It would make sense that those big hungry planes. Like, I'd hate to know the fuel something like a fucking B-52 uses. Like B-52s, your Tu-95s, they must just guzzle it down. I've heard US is moving B-1s. Yeah, there's been some talk about that, but they might just be moving them as well. Right, a lot of AusInt pages are pretty slow at the moment. Oh, we have on the PayPal, Dominic Lavalley on the PayPal. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for your donation. That's fantastic. That helps me out a lot. Willie is good at keeping my attention. How do I do it? I don't know how I do it, mate. I'm just talking BS. I've got to look up as well. I've completely forgotten that I need to double check something in my inbox because I'm actually doing a presentation tomorrow night. So yeah, Intel Fog says plans moving out of Allied Air Base at Qatar. Right. Okay, Nicholas Oliver, where are you seeing that Intel Fog? Allied planes at Qatar, mate. Doesn't surprise me. There's a lot going on. Well, have you seen updated numbers for Sokol or Ural's blend? No, I haven't seen any updated numbers for Ural's blend oil. No, I haven't. Also, we just ticked over 80,000 views, 80,300 views, which is fantastic. Thank you guys so much. I don't actually know how views get counted on live stream. Like, is that every time someone enters or exits? Because that would be weird. I'm guessing that's how it is, but it means you could have, if you have really good retention, you'd have really low views. I don't know. Just going to be, I just want to check one thing. Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, I never got what I needed. Damn. No, I'm just talking to myself. There was an email I've been waiting on that is desperate, but it never got into my inbox. People hop streams. Okay. Alan M is back. Girl came home with him. Welcome to the chat. Bella's in the chat. On the PayPal, John Scotto, mate, thank you for the fantastic donation on the PayPal. I really appreciate that. He says, God bless you, keep up the fire. Thank you, John Scotto, mate. I really, really appreciate that. Seven hours plus with you, Willie. And chat is always informative and entertaining at the same time. Blessings, everyone. About to call it a night. Be awesome. Be kind. Thank you, Tony. Tony's been in here 7 hours. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you being here, Tone. Appreciate all of you guys being here. Honestly, I really do. The biggest thing I need to do is I need to get on my roof and clean out one of my gutters. That's something I need to do before I go to the US. Bella thinks you're hot. Alan, I think Alan is our most frequent donor in the chat, to be honest. And most frequent menace also. See you, Tony. MT Coiner has said, Willie, you crazy bastard. I hope you are getting enough sleep, my friend. Please keep your health on top of mind. We love you, pal. Thank you, MT Coiner, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, bro. any podcast planned when you visit the US? I've only got one planned. I've reached out to a million different people, but with one plan, sadly. But I'm trying to do a few more. I'll still be working from the US, so don't worry about that. Thoughts on AUKUS deal after today's news? I don't know. It could go to shit, mate. So this guy here said Israel's ambassador to the US said, we've pulled off a number of surprises. When the dust settles, you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday that will make the beeper operation almost seem simple. So we'll see. Well, guys, I am going to go take a wee and I'll be back. I bet everyone will leave the chat straight away. You don't need to leave. I'm just going for like a few minute wee. Right. I'll see you guys back in a second. And if I do miss any super chats or anything, please let me know and I'll come back up. Or Alan again, king of the truffula trees, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Right. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. See, we lose 400 viewers just for logging off for 5 minutes. Or not even 5 minutes, a few minutes. But yeah, we'll see. Let me have a look at this. Are you doing a podcast with Lindsey Graham? Sure. I'd do one with him. I'd have no problem doing one with him, but I think he's a knob. Matty W. Thank you for the New Zealand sheep dollary dues. He says if you lived in China, you would now say the opposite on EVs. Mad not to buy on. 50% of new car sales love nuclear. China now has thorium MSR working. Yeah, look, I know absolutely nothing about thorium MSR. Australia is just not a good country for EVs. It's too big. It's too big to get anywhere. But yeah, thank you, Matty. I really appreciate that, brother. Does anyone in the chat have an EV? Yeah, many Iranian pages are talking about the Strait of Hormuz a lot. Alex says, can you tell us the last trip to Israel? Can you get through customs, finding your way to the story? Asking as a documentary photographer. Hey, Alex, thanks for the donation, brother. Look, it was pretty easy. It's hard if you've been to Muslim countries. So, of course, in my application getting into Israel, it's like, have you been to these countries? And I'm like, yes. Afghanistan, Syria, yes. Turkey, yes. So of course that can get a little bit more difficult, but if you haven't, that'll be a lot easier for you. You just need a good excuse for why you're going and be honest about it. No problem getting my kit through, but my body armor was already there. So yeah, I had body armor in country already. So it might have been a bit different with that. Finding a way to the story. Look, I'd say Israel at the moment is on complete media lockdown compared to when I was there. So it might be a little bit more difficult, but I'm sure you'll find your ways if you really need. Alan says, stop making cute faces. He asked me earlier. He's reaching out, Alex Wolf. Alex Wolf says, thank you. So yeah, Alex, it'd be good. Just try and meet up with a couple of guys that you know there too. If you get any like contacts, again, it's as you know, but it's all about who you know. Travster, thank you, mate. He says, I voted Trump for America first, not Israel first. There's a reason we've been in this mess for 25 years. No to war, no to Israel, love from the USA. Travster, I believe you're not alone in thinking that. I think there's not many people, there's many millions of people thinking that tonight. Absolutely. Willie, you're a legend. Listening to these lives are getting me through the day at work. Chris Kyle, mate, no worries at all. I hope that you're having a good day at work. I'll do what I can. No one wins a ground war, mate. Losses will be catastrophic in ground war. A ground war has changed massively with drones. Like, massively. Like, any casualties or whatever you saw from Iraq or Afghanistan, times that by 10 with ground wars. That weaker adversaries now have so much more power due to drones. Like, imagine if the Iraqis had drones. We've seen what Abrams tanks are compared to drones. Nothing. So yeah, there's so much more of that. Alex B, you'd be better off reaching out to me on my email, and then we'll go from there if you've got anything. Hillbilly says, finally day off, enjoying from home tonight. Well, bro, hope you're having a great day at home. Adonis or Wanker, I've been asleep for a whole night. Well, that's good, Mo. I'm jealous of you getting good sleep. I'm going to try and get some good sleep tonight. To be honest, I'm going to try my very, very best. I just love like 8 or 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. No one ringing me going, there's bombs dropping. Right. No, oil hasn't fluctuated at all. Oil's really stable compared to earlier in the day now. Some people are saying there is de-escalation coming. People do think that what America is doing will actually de-escalate. So let me chuck up a poll in this. Really go to bed. This will be here tomorrow night, maybe. Mate, it's not bedtime for me at all, so it's no problem hanging out here. I'll hang out with you guys for a bit longer. See if anything pops through. Have a chat, have a yarn. It'd be cool to get to 100,000 views. I guess you could always just refresh the page and that probably goes up. I don't know what happens if you guys hit refresh or leave and come back to the stream if that view count goes up, because we are 17,000 away. Has anything new happened? Not in the past hour or two, really? And if you think it's going to de-escalate, why do you think that? Any news on the apparent AD failures in Iran? It wasn't a failure. It went bang. John Michael says, do you know what the Europeans' full munitions capability is at the moment? Has manufacturing ramped up? Manufacturing takes a long time to ramp up, especially in Europe with the climbing energy prices. They are ramping up, but Russia still has 4 times the industrial ability to pump out munitions, and therefore China probably has 50 times. People say a shitstorm for Trump will tank his approval rating, which it would. I don't know if he cares about that at this point in time, though. Pilot says the final number was 33 air tankers yesterday. Oh my God. I don't think I've drank any water on this stream yet. Conrad says Russia lost its supply of Shahed drones. Oh, how many times can you soak in the propaganda, brother? Russia does not get supplied Shahed drones from Iran at this point in the war. They bought the license to make them. So Iran could not exist tomorrow and Russia's still going to have Shaheeds. They simply bought the license to make them. And now they're fully made, well, at least mostly fully made there. So, no. Matthew Law from Adelaide. Hello, brother. Hope that you're well. Will the H guys enter the fight? Not really. They've been pretty thinned out recently. But they may. They're still firing a little bit in. Thing is, too, Trump may know that he's still got 3 years left, that he may be able to recover that approval over time. Like, the time to do unpopular stuff is right now. Alonso Ortega. RC-135U over US, one of 2 nuclear sniffing capable. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the nuclear sniffers do. Does that pick up if there's been any contamination, the plane? That's interesting, though. I'm not sure where it's going. Is it going east? Be interesting to see. TJ Adams said he isn't running anymore. He doesn't care. Alan M, thank you. Double-decker bus crashes into us, double side, heavenly way to die. Love you, Lee. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate that, man. Alonso Ortega, wait, it's in the way of my microphone at the moment. I'll get to it. Says over Kansas, headed south to Texas by the looks of it. Okay, no worries at all. We'll see if that heads out to the Middle East. But the US is definitely getting prepared. Because if Iran say no, I think we'll see the US start bombing. Dakota, yes, I have given my opinion on that. How'd you get stabbed at this gig on stream for 8 hours? It's my job. It's what I do. I work for myself. Iran won't say no. I don't know. Willie, get your helmet and get over there. I've got too much on. I can't do anything between, like, I've got US next month and then I've got all my chemo and everything. So yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard actually to fit in anything and to get over there. Where do I get over there? Yeah. You still come to the US? Yes, I am. Yeah, I'll be in the US in 2 weeks. It's actually 2 weeks today, I believe, is when I leave. This screams classic escalate to de-escalate. Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be if you don't de-escalate, we will escalate. How do you think people will respond to Trump joining the war? Negatively. I think half of the right minimum will be very negative, and all of the left will be very negative towards it. Trump wouldn't send 40 tankers and reroute the Navy if nothing was coming. It doesn't mean things are coming. It could be just further escalation or show that you're willing to escalate, hoping that they'll back down. But if they don't back down, well, you've got to do it, I guess. Gongs on the left, I thought your job was a dolphin trainer, Willie. Yeah, exactly. Inside jokes, hey? If you're anywhere near Ohio, no, sadly I won't be, but I wish I could go. A big steakhouse. What are your thoughts on Dave Smith's comments saying he regrets backing Trump 24? I haven't seen. Did he make it on Twitter or did he do it like on a podcast? I'll have a look, but I can see why. I think many are in that same boat. But does that mean that you would have backed Harris? I think a lot of people saw it as the lesser of two evils. Jimmy SK, thank you. He goes, can't see a scenario where Iran get bombed and Russia and China sit and watch this unfold without a reaction. Doesn't make sense geopolitically. We know, know both Russia and China have a lot of interest in here, and that is the American risk, is what happens if these other states, Russia, China, actually, don't sit back and watch this unfold. Right, let's have a look at what Dave Smith says. So, George W. Trump, okay. So, referring to George Bush, sharing that it's not our war. Again, sharing Trump's ex-posts that he's been making and saying that it was for Trump, now he wants Trump impeached. We haven't heard from you since your last 7. Please share DMs. Please apologise to the family of Sam Francis. So I'm guessing this is what you're getting at is, people like Dave Smith sort of jumping ship. And many people, I just see from my audience, many people think the exact same. We saw what, of course, happened with Tucker Carlson. Tucker, who we know is very close to the American administration. Thing is, like, knowing this would come, would that mean now you'd vote for Harris? Steel City, thank you, brother. I advise every American to go and view Drew Pinsky Iran vlog. Beautiful country. Say people are very friendly. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it, but I can check it out. It's a country I'd like to go to. Probably can't, but yeah. South Pod, Willie, appreciate everything you do and how fair you are. Best guess about the evacuation of Tehran. Well, a lot of people are leaving. A lot of people won't leave. You got to remember, like, when you see those trucks and cars backed up, you're like, that's still not that many people. Like, when you're talking 15 million people, having a busy highway is just a normal Sunday afternoon drive too, in a city like that. So millions will evacuate, but millions and millions will stay. And again, this is part of Trump's threats. And it is threats. You can't call it not kinetic threat. Whatever happened to not using the economy as a tool of war or threat of military intervention? I wonder if Europe will apply the same standard. I was being sarcastic, by the way. Will I be doing any official appearances in the US? No. I'm not. No one knows me well enough to do that. That would just be cringe. There'd be like 3 people, if that, come. Southpod, one more just for you. Also chat ASL. Thank you, Southpod, brother, for the donation. Appreciate that, brother. I'd be 1 of 3 for sure. Look, I'd catch up, but as far as official appearances, no, nothing official. Wow. Big donation. You don't need to do that. Travster. Thank you for your donation, Travster, mate. I really appreciate that. Late in the stream, at 8 hours in the stream. We can have that as an 8-hour celebration. So you can put some W's in the chat for Travster, guys. For whatever reason, we've let Israel influence total control over Western nations, and look at where it's gotten us. Mass migration, funded by Israel, US tax dollars. Men of the West need to rise up, kick out the Zionists and reclaim control before it is too late. And Travster, I'm actually seeing more and more and more of that sort of messaging coming more into the mainstream narrative through social media too. Many people feel like that. It's becoming more, and I think as we get into a new generation of politicians with younger people, I think there's going to be some big changes. Alan says, when you go to Wendy's, what's your order? Alan, we don't have Wendy's in Australia, so I'd have absolutely no idea, mate. Any news on Ukraine? Not since the huge missile and drone attack overnight from Russia into Kiev. Southpod says the post-World War II truth regime is collapsing. Maybe it's because the last people who are alive at the time are dying. No Wendy's in Australia, it's just un-American. Yeah, exactly. We have Wendy's in Queensland now, yeah, but that doesn't really count. PK Nexus, welcome back, bro. I haven't seen you in a while in here. Yeah, a lot of American fast food tries to come to Australia and just fails too. Like, I know there's a couple of Starbucks in Australia, but not many. A lot of them fail. What do Australians think of the Trump admin direction? As far as most Australians I'd say are against it. And that sort of gives us an idea. We get an idea of that, of who we voted in a more left-wing government very recently in the past couple of months. Do you have chicken tendies in Australia? Of course we have chicken tenders in Australia. What else would all degenerates eat? Queensland getting walked down in state of origin tomorrow. Potentially. Who's watching the Origin tomorrow? Alan M. APAC controls weather, 0.1% of the global population. Those shifty blokes started all wars known to date. Careful now, Willie. Always careful, brother. Lincoln says he's drinking a VB. Nice. Israel media report. China, Argentina, and Germany have all called their citizens to leave the country immediately. Right, we have Ryan Bennett. G'day, brother. Big day at work. Anything happen? I don't know if you've seen anything, Ryan. Last couple of hours, no. But the biggest thing we had was basically America looks like they're going to get involved somewhat, and Trump has left the G7 in Canada, directly flying back to DC, and is meeting the National Security Council straight away. So, wait, I'll show you. Cody Sing Sass. Is Foster's beer actually drank in Australia, or just a branding thing that got sloughed onto Americans as Australian beer? The only Foster's I ever had was in Texas. It's the only Foster's I've ever drank. No, I don't even think I've ever seen it for sale in Australia. So yeah, no one has it. Cryomind. What do you believe the possibility of Iran using chem bio weapons would be? PS, love the channel, Willie. Thank you, Cryomind. I don't think it's highly likely, but I think it definitely could happen. Like there's definitely a chance of it if things go wild, and then you get right back on the ropes, and there's no reason to hold back anymore. I guess throes of desperation, anything can happen. I guess. Guys, I'm going to be back. I need to piss desperately. It's killed me. Give me a minute. I'll be back. You don't have to leave. I'll be back in a sec. Alan says, F off, next time you tell us there's no shrimp on the barbie. I've also never had a shrimp on the barbie either. Never in my entire life. It's not a thing. And we call them prawns, exactly. Okay, now have a Coke Ziz. I thought you had Foster's in Israel. Maybe I had a Foster's in Israel. I definitely wouldn't have had a Foster's in Israel. Foster's is mainly drunk in England, Matthew Law says. I've never had it in England. I thought England was just stabbing each other and praying to Allah these days, wasn't it? Isn't it? Deno said, are you excited for the next Tron movie or any movie coming out? I've not heard there's another Tron movie. Hopefully Daft Punk make an appearance in it. No, I'm not much of a movie guy. How is Australia doing overall? Australia's falling into the same traps that the rest of the Western world is falling into. We're not having enough babies. We're moving away from what made the country great in the beginning. So, yeah. Alan says, who would win in a fight versus your South African doppelganger? Hey, Skirtle says, will you make a return to Two Worlds Collide podcast? Yeah, absolutely. I'll do another Two Worlds Collide podcast any day. Melbourne Bitter and Winnie Blues. That is a breakfast right there. Right. The email I was waiting for has come through. Add to calendar. Okay. Invite. Okay, that's not what I need. Perfect. I'll read through that later on when I need to. I've got a long afternoon of emails, I think. Is Ukraine conscripting 18-year-olds yet? Not that I've seen, but I can't believe that they are not, given the number one issue is manpower and how it looks to the US. Like, you can see how it looks to the US of begging for more equipment but not willing to conscript younger. What's the draft age? 25. Was that a cola? Yeah, I'm drinking a Coke Ziz. There's footage here of a Iran drone striking in Kyiv. You can just see it moving here. And striking residential building. Or what appears to be a residential building. Gordy, mate. Thanks for the donation, Gordy. Said, I just wanted to ask, has your place of residence got better in the last 10 years or worse? And if worse, what do you think it's worse? Cheers. My place of residence as far as like where I live? The best place I ever lived was with the boys when we had a share house. That was awesome. As far as Australia, I think Australia's got worse in the past 10 years. Thank you, Gordy, mate. Alan says, is broccoli keto? No, I don't think it is. Another Coke Zero on the Barbie from a mate. Thank you, Dad the Machine. Great to have you here too, man. Someone said steak and lobster dinner is usually an ominous sign. Yeah, if you're in the military and you get served something like steak and lobster, yeah, strap in. You're going to war, boys. Broccoli is not strict keto, but for most people it's keto. Yeah, there's a lot of foods like broccoli that people will be like, it's keto, blah, blah, blah. But then like the standard for keto, what people say on the internet is very, very low. If you're like strict keto, no more than 10 grams of carbs a day, you're not eating it. Alan Attacks says, hey, Willie, good to see you. Just back from Australia. G'day, mate. I hope you had a great time while in the land down under. Alan said, are you married? No, I'm not. Thank you, Coca Bill. I'll have a look. Redoxus, I was getting good ketone levels up to 30 grams. Yeah, you'll still produce ketones even below up to like 50 grams. But if you want it for like therapeutic reasons, aka like that I want it for my illness, you need to be really like at like 10 to 15 max for the day. Lath Maroof says we're going nuclear Armageddon within a few days from now. Well, I hope we bloody don't. Alan says I was dirt biking in Bonnie Doon. Hell yeah. Bonnie Doon Aura. Nothing's worth doing half-assed. Yeah, exactly. Keto is definitely not easy. No, it's not easy. And it's expensive. Like, that's probably one thing I think turns a lot of people away from keto is carbs are cheap. You know, potatoes, pasta, rice, very, very cheap. You know, where meat, eggs, cheese, not cheap. Like, protein is not cheap. Rest in peace to the Tomcats, the last operational Tomcats in the world. Will he come rippers with you? No, I can't. I can't afford that, man. That shit is such a waste of money. Right, sorry, I was just seeing if there's any updates on Telegram, which there isn't. No updates yet. We're about to tick over 90,000 views. Alan says only anti-Semites refuse rippers. This gentleman says, Operation Irani Freedom Waiting Room. Thanks for the donation, man. Victory says, really interesting question. In your opinion, do you think Russian weapons are that much worse than the US? Do you think Americans love to joke about? I think people are mixing spec ops equipment with general military. Yeah, a lot of people look at that, but like also Russia's doctrine and equipment and Soviets has always been about mass and simplicity and cheapness. So it is going to be worse, but their whole like 1-to-1 is worse, but the whole point of it is so you can mobilize a massive force quickly, aka German tanks in the Second World War versus T-34s. It doesn't matter how good the German ones are if you've got 8 T-34s per. And it works in a different way because it's not as private too. But the idea that, you know, a Abrams is going to, as people said, people who are in the military too, that next thing, Abrams were about to drive into Moscow, crush through the Russian lines, have all been proven unbelievably wrong. And the shittest, okay, hear me out. The shittest tank in the war in Ukraine is the Challenger 2. That has been such a disappointment for everyone. And remember that guy who was like the Challenger 2, he was a British, like, maybe not general, but like lieutenant general or lieutenant colonel, someone was like, the Challenger 2s will sweep through the Russian lines and blah, blah, blah. Next thing, they have like, I haven't seen a Challenger 2 participate in any actual like net positive role at all. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen that. Eden Bunn said the F-14s were confirmed decoys, parked in the same spot for years in satellite. They just don't want to admit it. Yeah, maybe not decoy, but yeah, like it does look like they weren't working, but still, it's sad to ever see an F-14 ripped apart. Those ships that hit tend to be, it looks like it was a crash due to a GPS failure. Yeah, the hype around the Challenger 2 versus reality, my God. Very different. By the way, I have to duck off soon. I'm meant to be having a parcel delivered in the next 20 minutes. So if you just see me run off stream suddenly, that's why. The challenged 2. Yeah, that's a good term. The challenged 2. Someone said Mossad pager incoming. Yeah, maybe that's it. Alan M. I've never seen Billy crack a smile. Been subbed since the Ukraine invasion. Ever since the original olive drab next level apparel tee to prove it. Oh, legend. Mate, you've seen me smile plenty of times. This is funny here. Around the who's ready for $120 a barrel of oil, and then Aiden here replied, Russia. Yeah. Willie, what do you think about Tarkov? I've never played it, bro. Bocco says, if this turns into a podcast about keto only, that would be great. I did a recent video actually on like my keto diet and my like scans. It actually trended better than all my other videos. I was like, what the fuck is going on? When are we seeing the return of the 2022 beard? Next time I do a big trip somewhere, I'll grow out my beard. Like a reporting trip. Increased market for Russian oil now? Absolutely. And if Iran if things happen in Iran, not only will the oil price skyrocket, but China buy a shitload of Iranian oil, and they need to backfill that somewhere, so they'll buy Russian oil. So it's a win-win. Not only will the price go up, but the volume they buy of Russia will go up too. Do you ever feel like an OnlyFans model streaming like this? John Taylor, I feel like it every single day, and all of my mates take the piss out of me for it. Are you texting your side chick? No, I was looking at an email. Anthony Underhill, thank you for becoming a Mini Willy member, brother. Docula says, you're doing good work, don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. And we have Tay 101. Hourly can't be too bad, though. The hourly rate of OnlyFans girls is a lot better than myself. Alan M. I think Alan M. single-handedly lifts my hourly rate. I can imagine an Imgur, I don't know, pick of me and the Ripper. I don't know, brother. Let's see if there's anything else that has been updated. He wants to send you a photograph. I don't need the photograph, Al. ChatGPT says there's no indication of when I last smiled in a video. No, there's not. Dude, Twitter is just full of junk ads and just shitty videos. Like 5-minute craft style videos. It fucking sucks. Like 9 hours in. Yeah, we are 8 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. Long stream. Said Willie he said Willie smiles a lot for someone who watches people die for a living, sadly. No, but it's not even ads. It's just like crappy videos that like pages post because it gets interaction somehow and people make money on Twitter. People making money on Twitter is one of the worst things that happened because now it's just trying to anger people. That's all people do now. Just fake news and anger because now they make money. Like people make a lot of money on Twitter just for posting absolute nonsense. Someone says he smiles because he knows his work is valuable to people. I hope my work is very valuable to people. UAV alerts in the Golan Regional Council. Yeah, red alert, but for drones. Right. Very quiet at the moment, gentlemen. Even our chat's quiet. Harry Cook, thank you for the donation. He says, I've been out of the stream all day. Can we get a breakdown of what's happened over the last couple of hours? Mate, the biggest thing that's happened over the last couple of hours is it looks like America is about to enter the war. We had minor attacks with missiles, relatively minor. And then we had Trump basically pull himself out of the G7 summit in Canada and fly straight back to DC and convening National Security Council as soon as he gets there. And it looks like he will put an ultimatum towards Iran, either to negotiate on his terms or that he's going to bomb their facilities. And that's what it looks like at this point. That's the biggest news. As well, Chris Luciano, work more valuable than anyone I know. Thank you, brother. Chaz on the PayPal. I really appreciate that, Chaz. I really, really do hope that the work I do and the effort I put in does have value and does provide value to the information space and to you guys as well. That's all I can ever ask for, really. Has your work taken a toll on your mental health? Oh, absolutely it has. Absolutely. So it looks like the US is either going to get involved or Trump is going to, or Iran has to bow to America's interest. Pentagon Pizza Index. Yeah, the Pentagon Pizza Index did show a huge spike. Here we go. Yep. We can see the Pentagon Pizza Index here. Late night pizza spot nearby the Pentagon recording extremely high traffic at midnight. So Tuesday, midnight, extremely high traffic within the Pentagon. Pizza, no shock at all. Super Chat won't let me post the link. Thank you, Alan, for the another donation, bro. So thanks, Chaz, as well. Thanks, Victories. Your analysis on war seems to be pretty fair in your opinion. After 3 years, how will the Russia-Ukraine war end, and on which terms? Again, not when, but how. Look, I don't know when the war is going to end, but how. I just can't see how that's going to get sorted out unless there's a physical border, and the border is the Dnieper River. So I think Alex, some history legends might be on the money, and I know other people say this, that the Dnieper River might end up as a border. Now, it doesn't mean that the Russians get up to that river, but it means from the river to wherever the front line ends, which is likely then the 4 oblasts, given the frontline movement and the attrition rate at the moment, will become some sort of like demilitarized zone. Or maybe then Russia break through and start making massive gains. We see Russia's gains are getting larger. Oh, shit. I need to go. My washing machine, it's fine. I need to just open the dishwasher. I'll be back in 1 sec. Right, I'm back. We had from Skirtle. Do you think anyone would invade Australia? If so, how? Love your work. Look, I don't think we'll see an invasion into Australia. It's too difficult. You see the difficulty of Russia invading across literal grassy fields. Imagine trying to cross thousands of kilometres of ocean. So physical invasion, no. But you could see long-term control gained through immigration, politics, laws, control of assets, all of that. Someone says $5, it starts folding laundry. No, it wasn't the washing machine. It was the dishwasher. I just needed to open it. Otherwise, you get fucking water spots and everything. Someone says Indonesia's not 1,000 k's away. Yeah, but Indonesia's not going to be the ones that do it. And you can't just measure the closest area, because if you land up there, what are you going to do? It's just desert. Dingleberry said, Willie, wait till you find some dishwashers now open themselves after they finish to help with drying. Mind blowing. No, I know. I had an Airbnb a while back when I went on a trip, and the dishwasher automatically opened the door, and I was like, what? Mate, what would Russia want Australia for? Russia doesn't have any interest in Australia. It's not Russia. Well, we're about to tick over 9 hours, gentlemen. Nine-hour stream is a good level of stream. Live reporting in Iran, yeah, but it's a media blackout. It'd be impossible. How long do streamers normally stream for? Like 3 or 4 hours, or is this sort of normal length? No new update, but we know the Pentagon is super busy, which is no shock at all. Trump's getting ready for B2s to do their thing. Imagine that. Imagine if just by some chance of a Iranian missile took down a B2. Alan says, how do I comment on the Telegram? Chat needs to see this. Just go on the Telegram and just click comment. Streamers for the protest 8 to 10. Whoa, that's so long, man. Kyle Vincent O'Keefe on the PayPal. Thank you, brother. He says onward. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Oh, I got hiccups. Drinking my Coke. Oh, terrible. Willie's the epitome of meme when girls are sleeping soundly, the boys are monitoring the situation. Yeah, exactly. Real men monitor wars from far away. There's another threat of ballistic missiles on Ukraine, of Iskanders and S-300s. Oh, that might be my parcel. We'll have a knock on the door. My parcel was meant to, there's 12 minutes to get here, else they're late, apparently. Someone says they went out for their second dinner in Oregon. Oh, that is my parcel. I'll be back in a minute. Right, parcel arrived. Been waiting on that for ages. Really ordering pizza. I wish I was... Man, if I wasn't... Sorry, I ran down the back of the house. If I wasn't... Well, front. If I wasn't on keto, these past few days, I would have been smashing Uber Eats on stream. Especially those, like, midnight streams and I'm just starving. Right. What else is there? Is there anything new? Is there anything new? I wonder how the Ripper is going with Alan. Keto pizza is a thing. Don't tell me that. I don't need to know that. And no, I can't have beers. I'm not drinking alcohol anyway. Alan M. I commented on your most recent post. Okay, Al. I'll have a look. Don't invest in a piss bucket. No. Right, gentlemen, we have another 90 seconds until we tick over 9 hours. So let's get some W's in the chat, as well as if there's any final donations, please send them through. Otherwise, that'll be finishing up. Nigel says, does Iran have any air defense left? Look, I don't know. They've probably still got some, but it's probably in areas which they don't need to suppress. So, yeah. Great to have content. Thank you, guys. Sorry if it was a little bit slower than usual. That isn't my... I can't control that. But we will do what we can. Remember, it'll be very interesting to see what America does in the next 24 hours. I will monitor the situation as much as I can, and if there's anything pop up, I will come online as soon as I can. So it is 14:45 here in Australia, well, at least my time in Australia. So almost 3 o'clock. What is my beer of choice from Skirtle? I like Cooper's Pale. So yeah. So thank you on the PayPal for John Graylander or Graindler. Sorry, bro, I'm pronouncing. Thank you for all your years over the work. Oh my God, thank you for all your work over the years. Thank you, brother. I really, really appreciate that, man, on the PayPal. I've got to go check with that email as well. Make sure I sort out the thing I'm doing tomorrow. So, yeah, look, thank you everyone who's been in the chat. Some have been here for 9 hours. Appreciate that. Thanks for all the conversations. Thanks for supers and the likes. If you haven't liked the stream, hit like now. It's your last chance to. And look, I'll probably see you guys very, very soon when we go live next anyway. So unless there's anything else, I'll give it just a minute and you guys can say, go crazy, whatever you want. Travster, last crazy shit I saved the night. Like King Theoden during the fields of Pelennor, arise men from the west before it is too late. Thank you, Travster, mate. Right. Bunker busters on the way. We'll see what happens once Trump gets to DC. It'll be something, all right? Tracer, thank you for what I believe will be the final donation of the day. Righto, legends. Niraj Shrestha says, guys, if you donate, go through PayPal because YouTube takes half away. Literally, YouTube take a massive cut of anything. So that's better. Easy. Legends, righto. Thank you for everything. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Okay. Bye, boys and girls.